check this connection. So we'll be using Zoom, but also we'll be broadcasting to YouTube. So we're just setting up that service now.
Mm-hmm.
Just doing some final checks.
One question, can you give us the list of the companies who joined the meeting today after this meeting?
Yep. Yep, I can do that. 1 second. Yeah, it is changing, but yeah, I have got the list here. Is the Zoom list? Yeah, I will have to do that after the event. I'm not sure I can access it now. Oh, that's interesting. How do I pronounce the name of the province? It's Ningxia? Ningxia?
Yes.
Ningxia.
In northwest China. Northwest China.
Yeah, Ningxia, northwest China. Ningxia. Hello, Megan.
Morning, Nad. How are you?
Very well. We're here with Dr. Winstow's assistant, so he hasn't arrived yet.
Ah, okay, no problem. I will just change the name.
Yeah, I couldn't see how you do that. Do you know how you do that? You have to actually change the link.
No, I can do it from here. Bear with me a second.
You're cleverer than me.
You just literally click, right click on the name and it says rename.
It does. You're correct. So yeah, it's Dr. Liu
Wanzhou.
Wanzhou. Correct.
Great.
So yeah, we should be broadcasting now on YouTube, by the way.
Okay. Do you want me to put a holding slide up to start with, or do you want to start with your video?
No, you can put a holding slide up.
Okay.
So yeah, with the holding slides up, so you don't see the other videos then. So I've got no idea what the end product is.
Sorry, say that again.
Yeah, I don't know what other people see.
Yeah, they see whoever's speaking. It's video in the top corner.
Yeah. Okay.
So as soon as you start speaking, I'll end the screen share.
Okay. We're just waiting for Hack to join us.
Yeah.
Who's that?
So just so you know, Yu Yang is sat at the computer with Liu Wanzhou to set him up ready for the conference.
Is Hack with them or
no? Hack's joining separately.
Okay.
刘总，喂，会议室7号会议室，哎，刘总，好，哎，就是到了，他马上到了。你当时咱们股票涨这主要是跟内蒙项目。我觉得从基本面来说，就是内蒙项目确实是一个刺激因素。另外那个业绩近期还可以吧，2季度这个业绩。能源盘太大啊，炒不起来。其实流通盘不大，流通盘就10%，对吧？有6、70个月流通盘。这关键是一克现在涨到10块钱到11块钱，最后还会的。其实还行，因为我们看那个估值导也还可以。那你这已经长期低于发行价。对，但是它发的高啊，实话实说，发到20多倍，那化工股一般有10几倍，对吧？发的确实挺成功的。
Where is Hack? What happened there? Was that yours?
Oh, did you just see my emails come in?
Yeah.
Oh, right. I'm gonna have to not click on anything. That's fine. Can you see the holding slide again now?
Yep.
Okay.
I will call him to let him join the meeting.
Who's that, Hack?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I was about to call him as well, but yeah, I don't, you should be able to click on. But yeah, if you want to give him a call, I should find his number.
Nad, I have
Yeah.
Hack's slides, but I think he wants to screen share. So just so you know, as a backup, I've got them.
一会儿那个应该是他一开始先有一个 PPT 介绍，介绍完了之后，他再咱们这个问答环节，他再把 PPT 打开。然后那个问答环节，我之前跟沟通说，咱用个3-5分钟简单把咱们公司介绍一下。行，好，你稍等一下，那个海克他还没上线。那个还有一个人。
这是用的老外的这个，
对，用他们的那个视频系
统啊。
王总，啥时候到？啊，好，
So is Dr. Wansu, is that you there now?
Yes.
Hello, yeah. I wasn't
sure. I'm already here.
Yeah, great. I wasn't sure if you've arrived already.
我看您的那个更新了，好像专门成立这个 AB 区物流的项目组，这个应该是有文，可能6月下旬可能就成立了。哦。
我们成立了啊。
有项目组，对，成立了啊。那我就写个
成立机构已经成立了。
是成立了个项目组啊，等这些方案都确定完了，再成立项目部。好吧。
好，我改下给您发过去。
对。
如果其他还有改吗？
其他我看，对，其他我看就那么说吧，好吧。行，好。
I trying to call Hack, but he didn't answer my phone call.
Yeah, I mean, I've just sent him 2 emails, so I don't know where he is. I'll try. Have you got his number handy, Megan?
I can try him, yeah.
Yeah, I put it in that doc.
Yeah, I'll call him.
那个海克他一会儿做翻译，他暂时还没上线。这叫 Nadim 吧，应该是。
Nadim。
Yeah, because we do need to start broadcasting now.
26. Oh, there he is. Okay.
Hello, Hack. Welcome. Hi there. Can you hear me, Hack?
Hi, Nadim. Yes, sir. Yes. Just got online here.
Yeah. So have you got the presentation ready? So Dr. Wanzu is on the line as well.
Good. Okay.
And so we're all good to go.
Waiting on me, right? Okay. Let me pull out the presentation.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to start introduction. So if you want to get ready, I'll start opening up for broadcast and just have a sort of brief chat.
他是这个主持人，他先做一个介绍，然后那个还
So I will request your videos to turn on when Nad's finished his introduction, but for now we'll turn off the videos and microphones, okay?
Yeah, my introduction is very. I'm just going to check with Hack if my introduction is quite short, Megan. Have you got the presentation ready, Hack?
Just not quite yet. Okay. This is the PPT that I sent. So,
Okay, so we're opening up to broadcast. Welcome everybody. Welcome to the World Hydrogen and Solar Conference. Very pleased that you can join us today. We've obviously got people coming in from the platform from all around the world, and also broadcasting to some of our clients via YouTube as well. So we have quite a full agenda going around the world, and looking at what is set to be potentially a huge industry that is hydrogen, but also hydrogen being created through solar power. So quite a lot of questions have come in from various people. It's obviously the birth of a new form of producing hydrogen. We're very pleased. Our opening presentation is going to be looking at one of the largest sort of projects that is starting work on this area, a 200 megawatt project in northern China. But yeah, there are obviously many questions about how to optimize the production of hydrogen from solar. Solar is clearly intermittent production of electricity, so various questions about how do you offset that with a process and maximize the capital investment of the electrolyzer platform. So throughout the day, please keep your questions coming in using the Q&A function. If you're on YouTube, put your questions there. We'll be monitoring and transferring those and asking those to the various moderators that we have throughout the day. So with that, I'd like to introduce the first speakers. So we have a presentation about Balung Energy. For those of you that don't know Balung Energy, they are a coal gasification company, developing a range of sort of chemicals from that coal source in the Ningxia province in northern China. Apologies for the pronunciation. I'm sure Hack will be able to correct me. They recently launched a 90 megawatt solar project for powering their facilities in northern China, and have now since developed a tender to roll out this 200 megawatt green hydrogen project powered by solar. Ningxia province is some of the northern deserts in China, so has very strong irradiation. So with that, I'm going to choose Hack Hayward. Hack Hayward is a hydrogen consultant based in China. He's been there for over a decade, speaks fluent Mandarin, and has been working with Balung Energy. And Dr. Wan Su, from Vice President of Balung Energy, is also on the line, and we'll be able to also take questions. But Hack will be doing the sort of formal presentation part. So as I said, please keep your questions on the Q&A function, and we should be ready to go in a second. I'd also like to thank our sponsors for today's conference, who are Smart Energy, and you'll be hearing about some of their projects a little bit later in the day as things begin to get going in Portugal. So are you good to go, Hack? Need to unmute.
Whoops. Okay, I'm unmuted now. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Yep, I'm just pulling up my notes here. Yep, and ready to share my screen. Okay, and yep, okay, let's see. So I am ready to share my screen. I'm going to hit that button on Zoom here.
Yep, if you can go to share screen.
Okay, so there we go. Okay. Okay, so can you see my screen now?
Yeah, if you want to go to presentation view.
Yes, there we go. Just doing that. Got my notes here and ready to go.
Okay.
Okay, great. Well, let me jump right into it. Yes, thank you, Nadim, for the introduction. Balung Energy is located in northern China in the Ningxia Autonomous Region. You can see the logo in the upper right-hand corner. I seem to have blocked it out again with the image. I keep forgetting about that with these broadcasts. My name is Hack Hayward. I've done presentations before for the World Hydrogen Leaders Conference, and I'm very happy to be here today to give this introduction to Balung Energy, specifically the integrated hydrogen energy system that they have in North China. My presentation is very, very short, and it's based on publicly available information. We are very fortunate to have with us today a leader from Balung Energy, Dr. Liu Zong, who is on the line and will be available for questions after my brief presentation. I believe Dr. Liu also has a presentation. We also have the CTO of Balung Energy, responsible for their hydrogen generation division, Dr. Yu Yang Boshi, is also on the line. So should be a very good Q&A session. I'm also going to translate, so feel free to ask questions in English and I can translate them into Chinese. Well, without further ado, let's get right into it. So Balung Energy is a coal gasification firm based in Ningxia province in northern China. I believe they've weathered the global economic situation rather well, with published profits of 3.6 billion RMB in the first quarter of 2020, despite losses over the same period of other firms in this industry. Balung has shown a propensity for market-leading growth, as well as largesse in their new investments. They've built a 90 megawatt solar farm and for internal power use in 2019, and are currently producing 150 million kilowatt hours a year, just with that internal use solar farm. This new project that we're going to talk about today, announced in April of this year, is also in the clean energy space and represents a continuation of the global trend to diversify away from traditional polluting industries into cleaner, high-tech industries. This new P2G project will cost an estimated 1.4 billion RMB, and is primarily composed of two electrolyzers, each with a capacity of 10,000 cubic meters of hydrogen an hour, as well as two separate 100 megawatt solar farms to power those electrolyzers. Total capacity of the plant is therefore 20,000 cubic meters of hydrogen an hour. This tender was won by China Chemical Engineering number 11 Institute, which will procure the above-mentioned equipment, as well as build the hydrogen generation facility, control room, compression equipment, and storage facilities, as well as the tube trailer loading areas. This new solar farm electrolyzer combination will be one of the largest in the world and will be located at what is called the Eastern Ningxia Industrial Base. I'm sure we'll hear more about that in a minute. When completed, the facility will produce 160 million cubic meters of hydrogen and 80 million cubic meters of oxygen every year. Balung Energy estimates the value of these two industrial gases will be equivalent to 254,000 tons of coal and 445,000 tons of carbon dioxide in terms of reduction every year, offset. These P2G projects are not uncommon. However, Balung has joined together with local regulators and transport authorities to arrange for hydrogen produced by the electrolyzers to be stored and shipped to hydrogen refueling stations in the provincial capital of Yinchuan to power fuel cell electric vehicles, which is very exciting. This ambitious plan marks not only Ningxia's, the autonomous region of Ningxia, Ningxia's first foray into the burgeoning hydrogen energy industry and fuel cell industry, but also the first comprehensive application of a China-based firm of the total power to gas and then back to power concept, P2G. Overall, the sunshine in these deserts of Ningxia will be transformed into hydrogen by electrolyzers in a process often poetically described as liquid sunshine. The hydrogen will then be transported to the local hydrogen fueling station, where it will in turn be pumped into FCVs. And these, I understand, are mostly buses and heavy-duty trucks operating in Yinchuan. This integrated supply chain will be funneled off for sale directly into the industrial gas industry. And Balung estimates end-user sales of those extra industrial gases will alone produce 600 million RMB a year. Hydrogen will thus be taken out of the system and sold, but Balung will also put hydrogen into the system by the purification of COG, that's coke oven gas, from their existing olefin facilities. This integrated, in summary, this integrated hydrogen supply chain project is a component of a holistic company-wide movement to develop synergies between coal and chemical businesses. Concurrently with the announcement of the Eastern, Balung also unveiled plans for 3 new coal to olefin projects with capacity of 500,000 tons a year, as well as other coal gasification projects. Yinchuan City has mooted plans for FCV bus pilot projects to be fueled by Balung's new pilot sites. In addition, Balung also plans to power staff buses going to and from Yinchuan to their plants with hydrogen. These dedicated buses run a set route between their facilities in the countryside in Yinchuan City, where most employees live. This idea of long-haul vehicles operating on set routes is ideal for powering with hydrogen because of the ease of centralizing the hydrogen refueling stations. That is, Nadim, that is my introduction for the Balung Energy 200 megawatt solar for hydrogen plant. I believe we have Dr. Liu and Dr. Yu on the line.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. I'm not sure if Dr. Liu wanted to present something as well. I wasn't clear. Hack, you just mentioned that.
Let me ask him. 刘博士，我们这边可以 Hello。
哦，你好。
我们这边谢谢你那个参与我们这个活动啊，我们这个直播活动啊，非常感谢啊，刘博士。我们接下来呢，你们那边可以做一个小介绍，你们也可以直接进入到问答阶段，看你们那边怎么方便啊。
行，那个 Mr. Number 还有那个 Mr. Hacker 非常高兴啊。这个我简单把宝丰的情况，我看刚才那个海克先生也把宝丰的情况介绍了一下啊，我就简单的再说一下，再补充一下啊，完了咱们就进入这个问答环节，好吧
？Okay, so I'm gonna， 刘博士，你说完之后，那个我帮你翻译一下，简单的翻译一下啊。
好，
于博士帮我把关啊，
好的，好的。
Okay, thanks everybody. That was Hack's presentation. My name is Dr. Liu. I just wanted to say a few things about the company before we move into the Q&A section. 好，
宝丰能源呢，这也是这个从2005年成立啊，这个成立初始也是响应这个国家西部大开发的这个号召，还有一带一路，还有自治区1号工程等重大的号召。那你翻译一下那个 Mr. 海克。
So the Balung Energy is focusing on 2 major projects right now. One is developing the western part of China, and the other is what is called, I believe the English term for this is the One Road, One Path, One Road, One Belt program to develop trade relationships with Central Asia.
那个也是经过 15年的这个发展，宝丰能源就是以煤为原料啊，以煤为原料，是打造一体化的这个产业集群，主要包括810万吨的煤矿，还有700万吨的焦化。
So we've been focused on coal gasification, including a 2.1 million coal facility, a 2.1 million ton coal facility, a 7 million ton natural gas facility, and 还有呢？继续说吧。
还有就是1400万吨的洗煤，640万吨的甲醇，240万吨的烯烃。包括120万吨的聚乙烯，120万吨的聚丙烯，还有另外40万吨的焦油，12万吨的苯加氢，还有12万吨的碳四异构，还有20万吨的碳四综合利用啊，整个的这么一个煤及新材料的一个产业集群。
I'm gonna summarize that here. That was a list of the production capacities of about 15 different departments at Baofeng, most of which are associated with coal gasification. However, a particular note, Dr. Liu mentioned production of methanol as well as olefins, and talking about the specific production capacities. 好，继续。
这个宝丰能源呢，也是在19年的5月份，在上交所 A 股的主板啊，这个成功上市。这目前也是作为上交所的一个，它应该叫
就是煤化工领域的龙头企业。
煤化工领域的一个龙头企业。
The company was listed in the Shanghai Stock Exchange in 2019 and can now be considered a leading listed firm in the coal gasification industry. 好的，19年上市对吧
？19年5月份。
May of 2019.
这个我下面接着说，可能有2块，这可能跟咱们这个下一步可能这个问题环节，因为我看了一下那个我跟海客交流的时候，我看咱们是甲醇电解电池，甲醇的是相当于是那个甲醇电解氢，完了是那个甲醇电池是吧？应该是。
对，
甲醇燃料电池啊。
对，
这个因为甲醇这一块，我简单就把我们这个项目，就我们现在甲醇的生产能力大概有400万吨每年。
Okay. Yes. In the following brief presentation, I'm going to divide it into 2 parts because I think that will be appropriate for appropriate for the Q&A session. I may be able to head off some questions coming up here. So first of all, let me talk about our production of methanol capacity, which is 4 million tons a year. 好的，刘博士，那个重点还是他们那个200兆瓦的那个光伏这个项目，甲醇那个产品呢，
那我再把200兆瓦的光伏项目重点做一个介绍。
好的。
就是
Okay, I'm gonna do a brief presentation of this 200 megawatt solar to hydrogen project.
就是宝丰集团呢，也本着这个国家现在这个叫能源低碳化啊，还有能源的绿色化啊，这个国家的这个要求，我们也本着资源节约、环境友好，这个综合利用绿色发展的这个宗旨吧，率先布局了氢能产业。
So we're trying to get ahead of the curve here by acting on the national strategy for comprehensive promotion of clean technologies, green technologies, and also low carbonization.
就是公司规划投资14亿元人民币， 在宁东基地、临河棕叶项目区，也都是在我们整个宝丰的这个能源项目区域内，然后集成全球领先的技术装备，这个创新打造国家级太阳能电解制氢示范项目。
Now we have committed 140 million RMB in the same district that was just described to build a leading solar to hydrogen project using electrolysis.
这个氢呢，这主要包括这个2个部分啊，一部分就是10万千瓦，就是自发自用的光伏复合发电装置，就是光伏发电10万千瓦，这是一期是吧？一期是10万千瓦。
The first part of this, two major parts for this program. The first is 100,000 kilowatt, is 100 megawatt solar farm, the power produced by which will be used internally.
就是2期还有一个10万的光伏发电，这样就是可能外界看的我们就是20万的这个光伏发电。
I should emphasize that this is stage 1, this 100,000 production capacity. There will be a stage 2, which will also be 100,000 in its production capacity, 100,000 kilowatts.
就是对应一期10万千瓦的这个光伏发电，还有1万标方每小时的电解水制氢装置。
In addition, this will include the installation of a 10,000 cubic meter hydrogen per hour electrolyzer installation.
就刚才说的这个一期项目，就是投资14亿元人民币的，就是10万千瓦的这个光伏，加上每小时1万标方的电解水制氢。这个项目是在今年的4月份开工建设，计划在今年年底建成投产。这样的话，宝丰就成为新能源替代化石能源的这个发展的一个领跑者。
哦，不是1.4个亿，是14亿，是吧
？14个亿，是14个亿。
That's 1.4 billion RMB, not 140 million. 1.4 billion RMB is the amount of money that has been will be invested for this project.
So sorry, how much is that in dollars, please, Hack?
So that was going to be, so that's 1.4, that's a very high number. So divide by 7, I would guess.
大概是2亿美元，对吧？对，换成美元的话，应该是2亿美元。
Okay, so 200 million USD.
Thanks.
因为这个咱们就是光伏发电，这个也是很有特点啊。我们光伏发电也是利用煤矿的采空沉线区啊，完了架设就是3米高的这个框架上面架设这个这个叫光伏板啊。这个3米底下这一块，我们再把它附着上这个绿色的植被，进行改良土壤，进行土地复垦啊，就相当于是。
这个比较有意思。
对，
是在一个架子上面，是在什么上面？3米之高的什么东西上面？
在一个框架3米高的框架上面铺这个光伏板，下面就是也是利用这个采空沉线区，相当于是附着植被土壤改良啊。就相当于也是提高土地的综合利用率啊。
哦，这样。Something we're doing with this solar installation project that is increasing its efficiency is we're mounting the solar panels on racks that are 3 meters above the ground, and below that we are taking steps to improve the soil in that region. So in this respect, you can say that this is the holistic use of the land, putting it to the best use it could be used for. 好。
另外这个制氢呢，也是采用目前国际上应该是单套能力来说，包括是效率来讲，也是最先进的一个碱性电解槽，每小时产能大概是1000标方，大概是10个系列啊，就是达到每小时1万标方的这个制氢能力。现在碱性可能不是
碱性电解槽是吧？
你要从工艺选择碱性。
目前来说是可以，因为
好，
是碱性工艺里边最好的，因为现在还有那个还有一个质子膜啊，质子
膜对，但是你们这边是碱性的，不是质子膜是吧？
不是。
然后那个产能是1000标方1个小时，然后一共有10套，对吧？所以一共就是1万方是吧？
对，没错。
The electrolyzer component of this project uses an alkaline electrolyzer, a single electrolyzer, which we understand is leading international technology. The electrolyzer has 10 modules. Each module has a capacity of 1,000 cubic meters of hydrogen an hour. 10 modules, that's 10,000 an hour.
Is it public who is the supplier of the electrolyzer and what technology is it?
刘博士，我是主持人，我想问一下，这个碱性电解槽这个技术路线以及这个供货的供应商，你这边可以跟我们的观众分享一下吗？
那个启荣，你给介绍一下啊。
你好，
这我让我们那个制氢项目部的总经理王启荣先生，完了给你介绍一下，好吧
？Perfect. Well, it just so happens that the hydrogen generation project manager, Dr. Wang, is sitting right next to him. So Dr. Wang can tell you all about it. 好，王总，很荣幸啊，请讲，我帮你翻译一下啊，讲几句再停下来啊。
我简单一下把这个传统电解水制氢的这个给大家汇报一下。这个咱们中国的这个电解水制氢的发展史，是从1993年开始，就是从船舶重工718所开始派生出来，开始一直做这个电解水制氢。从最先开始的
Before we the history of the electrolyzer in China should be understood as beginning in 1993 with Institute 718 at what is now the China State Shipping Corporation. This corporation was merged from China State Industrial Shipping and the China Shipping Corporation. This is an SOE, as we call it, a state-owned enterprise. 好的，下一句啊。
这个产能由最20-30年前的吧，就是从50标方100标方、200标方，一直发展到现在的主流产品叫500到600标方近年来开发了1000标方的这个大型电解槽。
Over the space of these 20 years in which I've worked in this industry, the development of these electrolyzers has gone from as small as 50 all the way up to between 500 and 600, which are modern day electrolyzers. That's their hydrogen production capacity. The one that I've used for this project has a capacity of 1,000 cubic meters an hour, which is very large.
And do we know the supplier's name or?
那个王总，那个
国内
我是
主要的
持人。
生产供应商，国内主要的生产供应商以这个船舶重工718所，这是龙头企业。过来之后是苏州净力制氢这个有限公司，现在改名为中国考克利尔是吧？考克利尔苏州净力成立一家合资公司了，反正是净力制氢公司。生产
对，净力我知道，还有一个合资公司啊。
再过来是天津大陆制氢公司， 这3家
对
是占国内的这个70%到80%以上的主要这个业务，同时也是国际的传统电解槽的一个供应商。这3家基本上给国外的深口出口量也是非常大的啊，这是供应商的一个情况。
There are 3 major electrolyzer suppliers in China that make up around 70% of the Chinese domestic market. The first is Jingli, based in Suzhou. This is, yeah, I know all 3 of these. Yep. And the second one is Tianjin Dalu, and the third one is Institute 718, which is part of CSSC. Again, that acronym is China State Shipbuilding Corporation. I know all these 3 firms personally, so if the audience wants to contact them, happy to make the introductions. 好，王总，继续说吧啊。
他还想了解什么？
行，那个海克，你看还想了解些啥？
Okay, well, that was my brief.
Yeah.
Brief
Are they all
introduction.
alkaline technologies? Those electrolyzer platforms?
王总，我是主持人，我想问一下，你提到这3个公司呢，他们的产品都是碱性的电解槽的吗？
是的。
That's correct, Nadim. They are all alkaline technologies.
没有量产，没有商业化，你不能称之为。
他们现在也正在研制质子膜的，现在可能也都在没有量产，规模还没达到这么大，是吧？
对。
Dr. Liu has heard that these 3 are all researching PIM type electrolyzers, but have not produced anything in volume yet.
Thanks. Is it good to take some more questions now?
现在方便那个提几个问题吗？
可以，你说吧。
We're ready. Let's go.
Yeah. So for the 1.4 billion renminbi investment, was that both for stage 1 and stage 2, or just stage 1?
前面提到14个亿的这个投资金额，这个是1期、2期2个加起来的总和吗？还是单独的1期的一个投资金额
？1期10台电解槽加这个供辅设施，我这个地方除掉这个光伏发电的这部分，我这边大概投资在1.4个亿。
他意思是14个亿，是我们2期一共的投资，还是
？14个亿是2期一共的投资，
光伏加2万标粒每小时的制氢
总投资。
但是那个
光伏对20万千瓦的光伏，
但是那个电解槽设备20万千瓦的光伏，但是电解槽设备和供储设备是1.4个亿，但是2个加起来是14个亿，对吧？
对，
不是1期电解槽是1.4个，就是1期电解水制氢是1.4个亿，是吧？
对。
如果2期，那大概就是3个亿左右，是吧？
用不了那么多了，你供辅设施。
供辅有，那就是2点几，
差不多。
那就不超过3个亿。那个海克就是现在是1期加上一些供辅设施，供辅设施可能把2期的有些都有含了。将来再上2期的时候，可能就投资没那么大了，大概应该在，但是因为考虑后面咱们说这个货币有个贬值的这种情况大概就是2.8个亿吧，2.8个亿。
So Nadim, these are the guys that actually made the decision to buy everything. So they're talking about the specific numbers. Most of this investment was made for the first stage of the stage 1. Not quite clear. I don't think anyone's quite clear yet how much, because haven't looked at the total yet. But what they did say here, though, is that includes the electrolyzers, these 10 giant electrolyzers, as well as the hydrogen storage equipment. But it does not include their separate accounting for the solar panel section.
Okay.
要不那个你们介绍一下那个怎么去 就是这个1期和2期呢，它就是会有什么区别呢？就是扩展到2期嘛，是两个就是相当于把1期给重复一遍吗？还是那个有什么想法？这可能比较好翻译嘛，就是说这么多数字不好翻译，就讲一下你们这思维逻辑啊。
这个制氢的，就是电解这个制氢的这个产业，传统是碱性电解，槽，再过来了之后呢，它有这个质子膜的，现在就是不管这两个，就是碱性的还是这个质子膜的，这个制造成本都是相对来说都是偏高的，都是比较高的。
So the history of the electrolyzers that we've been using, alkalines electrolyzers are very traditional, but PIM electrolyzers are becoming very expensive.
Okay. A number of the listeners are a little bit confused, I guess, around the business models or the synergies between the existing chemicals business and the olefins business and the actual hydrogen and the crossover. So the Balung currently uses a lot of the hydrogen itself, and if so, what for? And what are some of the synergies between these two businesses? It's not very clear for people.
我是主持人，我再问一下，我这边有几个观众在提问，就是说宝丰能源这个传统的烯烃的这个业务，还有跟这个新的这个制氢的这个业务，他们想知道你们公司在这个传统业务和新的业务，怎么去发挥或者实现，它俩之间的协同效应，是互补的一个情况。这个能不能再展开讲一讲？
这个我简单说一下吧，因为这个像现在就是传统业务这一块呢，就是也基本上就是利用一些这咱们叫环境更友好啊，包括这个环保各方面的这些新的工艺啊，就是包括咱们的这个尾气的排放啊，包括废水的治理，包括这个固体废物的处理啊，这个也都是国家对这些的环保的要求也越来越严啊。
Okay, let me give a brief introduction in response to that question. There is a general movement to introduce environmental friendly technologies that can solve the problems caused by traditional technologies. For example, exhaust gases, wastewater management, wastewater treatment, and solid wastes.
这个为啥发展这个传统就相当于是绿色的这个氢能产业呢？因为西北这一块，宁夏地处中国的西北，它的这个光照的资源非常好，一年大概是在将近3000小时，就是它的这个光照资源2500小时。2500，
光照应该是2500
实际是在2500到
白天的嘛，1700
啊
，1700超过1700都聊。不对了吧？
你不对，你回去你们再算一下。
那就很多嘛很多。
我先接着介绍吧因为大家对这个数字，
好，
对，我先，因为它的这个西北就是干旱少雨所以它这个光电资源也非常好，再加上西北这一块，就刚才我说的，我们用这个光电资源的土地，它实际是采矿沉陷区也对它进行一个治理，这也是国家鼓励的。
So there's a debate about exactly how many thousands of hours of sunshine this particular province gets a year, but suffice to say it's quite a lot. And that's an excellent opportunity to introduce green technologies in Ningxia. The second part of this, as I mentioned earlier, is that we have this opportunity to help cultivate the earth that is protected by the solar panels. 那个土壤改良是吧？还是什么土地改？
对，
不叫土地改革，叫什么土壤什么？
土壤用绿色的植被给它覆盖。
Oh, the idea is to use these green technologies to cover up the ground that's covered by the solar panels.
完了，生产出来的这个电再通过水制成氢气和氧气。
The electricity produced by these panels will be used by the electrolyzer to produce hydrogen and oxygen.
就是我现在传统的能源，煤是经过气化变成这个氢和一氧化碳。
So you see, with coal, we've got CO2 and hydrogen, right? 好啊。
气化过程当中呢，还需要纯氧，就是我还要把空气里边的氧和氮分离出来，纯氧跟气化炉的里边的煤进行部分氧化燃烧，生成氢和一氧化碳。
But in this gasification oven, I also need to so that is how I will produce CO2 and hydrogen in this process. He's describing this, he's comparing different production processes. 好，气化之后呢，就是有纯氧，气化之后二氧化碳，对。
对，一氧化碳再和氢气反应，这就咱们就说传统的单位工艺也好，卤漆工艺也好，就变成了甲醇。
Now, another aspect of this is to use the CO that's captured in this process to produce methanol using two different processes. 代位工艺还有什么工艺？
卤漆 logic.
These are two, the names of two specific, I think it's called methanization chemical processes, which I'm not familiar with, sorry. 好，继续说吧。
完了，甲醇再通过 MTO， 就是甲醇制烯烃工艺，生产出乙烯丙烯。
So this probably isn't getting to your question, Nadim, about the production. Talking about the downstream chemical products that can be produced using methanol.
Okay. For the there was another question. That investment also included not only electrolyzers but storage, and how are they looking to store the hydrogen, or how big are they? I mean, I assume they're on site storage tanks or.
刘总，再回到那个制氢的这个项目，这个氢气制出来之后是怎么储存的？当地储存是用高压容器还是怎么储存的呢？这一方面你们怎么规划？
这个也是通过氢气制出来以后，是通过氢压机啊，完了把它放到储罐里边。下一步民用这一块，这个包括现在咱们叫氢燃料电池啊，如果民用能用的，我们就用了。如果民用用不了的，就刚才说的，跟我现在传统的这个新型煤化工就把它耦合起来了，氢包括氧，在我这儿我都可以把它用了，用完以后可以减少二氧化碳的排放。
Okay, so here's the idea. So this hydrogen will be stored, and then there are two uses for it. It can be either used in the new fuel cell technology, which is becoming more popular, or I can take it and I've got now oxygen and hydrogen, right? I can use that in my new gasification processes to decrease my CO2 production.
Okay. And is there any incentives to reduce the CO2 production? Is there any subsidies or about the money side?
想问一下，那个减少这个二氧化碳的那个政策导向方面，或者一些什么那个补贴啊，或者那个相关的政策 那个在带动这个业务，这个能不能再那个展开讲一下？
现在二氧化碳的碳减排，国家现在也正在制定这相关的一个，就相当就像欧洲的这个碳减排的这些措施吧。现在国家也正在制定，但是还没有发布啊。这将来可能也是下一步的一个趋势啊，所以我们也提前做好这个准备。
Well, there's nothing really that specific. However, I can tell you that how to decrease CO2 is now an important talking point for the government, and they're talking about it as we speak, and that you should expect policies to be released soon that are similar to what Europe has been releasing soon, and that's what I can tell you.
And I guess the similar question is around using hydrogen for their own buses or green hydrogen. Would it not be cheaper for them to use diesel buses? What the incentive is CO2, but how do you afford it, or how do you pay for it? Are they willing to pay extra to prove the technology and use it internally for their own staff buses, etc., as you said before, but they're happy to pay more to help scale the technology.
刘总，我是主持人，我问一下，那个像你们那个不是有这个想法，把这个绿色氢气啊，就是那个光伏电解水制出来的氢气，可以用来做燃料电池汽车，就是那种氢能大巴，对吧？可以做他们的动力源。那这个氢气作为动力源的话，它可能成本比较高吧，我想应该比较高，可能甚至说比柴油大巴还要高。那就相当于你们再把钱补进去，才能去运转起来你们这个氢能汽车的这个规划。那这一方面呢，你们是这个经济账是算不过来，是不是？当然呢，我们这边都是推广那个新能源的，但是还是去问一下这个问题。这一方面，这个氢车的这个氢能汽车的这个运行的成本，你们是怎么看的？怎么去跟其他的那个动力源去比较？
它这个关键是氢气制氢的成本，是吧？制氢的成本可能主要又受制于电的这个成本啊。为啥宝丰它这个光伏，就宝丰光伏，我们测下来应该是电的成本不超过2毛钱，大概是在1毛7到1毛8，就是每度电的成本在1毛7到1毛8 ，0.17到0.18元人民币，大概是6度电啊。这样的话，我们测下来就是整个制氢的成本一标方是在1块5毛4 ，1.54元，剩下可能就是燃料电池的这个成本。
Well, here's how we figure this, right? They tell me that the cost of hydrogen produced by the electrolyzer depends on the cost of electricity. Well, let me give you some numbers here. So the cost of the electricity that we see that we've calculated from this solar installation is between 0.17 and 0.18 RMB per kilowatt hour. Now, that allows us to calculate the cost per cubic meter of hydrogen, which is 1.54 RMB per cubic meter. Now, what's next is the cost of the fuel cell itself. 好，燃料电池成本啊，继续说。
这个再剩下这个让那个谁吧，让王总给你说，因为他也准备了一个那个啥，你接着给说。
So back to Dr. Wang, director of the hydrogen program, he's prepared some notes on this topic for everybody.
1块5，完了再到燃料电池。真正
下来只是
100公里
65块钱，65到75，这个是比较合理的一个。这么个吧，你看，简单的说一下，因为这个氢燃料电这个车的发展，它也是跟这个电车的发展也是一个相同的一个过程啊。这个纯电动车在发展的过程当中，初期这个电池的这个投资和整个的市场的占有率也是不高的。随着这个占有率的增加，完了成本是会大幅度下降的，是这么个一个过程。 燃料电池
Well,
这
so
个
there's
电池
我先把这个前段翻译一下吧，就是I see the development of FCVs as following the same path as EVs. Now, EVs have not achieved a very high market penetration. However, the saying goes that as they become produced in higher volumes, the production cost will decrease. 好的，那个纯电动跟燃料电池怎么对比呢？好，王总继续说。
王总，那个您接着说。
你接着说。
这个随这个燃料电车的这个就是氢气燃料电车的这个就是普及率，首先一个是从这个上面这个燃料电车的成本会一个下降这是一个过程。再一个，随着制氢的，就是电解水制氢这个技术突破和电价的这个下降，这3块成本下来之后，电解水的制氢的成本有望在3到5年，甚至再远一点到10年，会有一个突破性的这个降低。这样的话，
不好意思，王总，这3个东西就是那个整车通过量产就可以降低成本，还有一个是那个电解水制氢，还有一个是那个电价下降，是吧？
对。完了之后，它就是电解水的这个装置的制造成本。你比如说质子膜的和传统电解槽的这个它制造成本也是量化了之后，它也要下降。
I think there are three reasons that there are three things that will lead to the wider adoption of FCEVs that I can see. The first is that through larger production volumes, like with EVs, the cost per unit will decrease. Secondly, through green hydrogen electrolysis, that will also cause larger market penetration. Third and finally, as the cost of electricity continues to fall, that makes direct electrolysis from the grid even more attractive. 好的。
现阶段由于这个就是市场的保有率比较偏低，同时这个制氢的成本也相对偏高。这样的话，您刚才说的这个就是高于柴油的这个成本是对的。现在这个是高于柴油的。我们综合下来之后，这个制氢加氢一体完成之后，包含我的运营所有的综合成本下来，再包含一定的微量的一点利润。这样的话下来，应该1公斤氢气加注到车内，应该在65块钱左右，这样是比较现阶段合理的。
那跟我们那个平时加氢站用的成本差。不好意思，我先把这个翻译一下。So back to your question, you compared FCEVs to diesel. Well, FCEVs are constrained by a low market penetration and a high cost of fuel. To cite one figure, and this sounds right to me, the total cost of production all the way to the pump going into the FCEV that we have calculated, including production, compression, and transportation of the hydrogen, the cost at the pump of hydrogen is 65 RMB per kilogram. To give everyone some background, the target price for hydrogen in China is 40 RMB. But hydrogen in most refueling stations in China, this is me talking, there's not them, I'm not translating, there's about 60 of those refueling stations, and the cost there is between 50 and 70. So target price is 30 to 40, but this 65 sounds about right. That's actually pretty good, considering everything is on such small scale.
Okay.
Now, Nadeem, you want me to keep asking, or should we move to another question?
Yeah, no, I think we're actually, I'm afraid we're out of time now. We're actually going to have to move regions and go to the Middle East. So if you could thank Dr. De Wanzhou very much and his team for their time and their insight. There are some other questions that maybe we could tackle sort of offline with you, Hack, as well as finding out the names of some of those Chinese electrolyzer companies. But yeah, please,
right here,
yeah, please give them our thanks for me and from the audience. from around the world. We've had about 100 people listening to them this morning.
我是主持人，刘总，王博士，于博士，非常感谢三位今天参加我们的活动。由于时间的关系，我们现在就不能再问其他的问题了。非常感谢你们参与今天听你们的精彩报告，有几百个人在线上。我们下一个区域就是中东区域，我们得赶紧去切换频道。再次感谢你们三位啊。
好，谢谢，
谢谢。
Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Thanks a lot, Hack.
All right, should I just sign out here?
Yeah, you can sign out. We'll be moving to the Middle East very shortly. Thank you.
Okay, thanks everybody. 那我们先下线了啊。
好，再见。
Thank you.
好，再见啊，好。
Thanks, Hack. Hello, Frank. Welcome. I shall unmute you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
As you saw, we were just in northern China.
Yep.
I don't know if you caught some of that via YouTube, but yeah, interesting. And we'll look to find out some more about Baofeng's project. They certainly seem to be investing and certainly looking to get into the hydrogen market, particularly off sort of green hydrogen. So yeah, a number of questions and some thoughts to digest from there. We will be ready to go with you. Yeah, maybe just in a few minutes. We've still got 3 minutes, so we are still broadcasting live for everyone else. So Frank is going to give a presentation on the Middle East and North Africa and the potential for green hydrogen from there. And we'll be starting that in, as I said, at 11 o'clock sharp to keep us on track. Frank, your presentation is all good to go from your side, and we've got a copy here as well.
Shall I try to
Yeah, you go ahead and share the screen, and you can go to your first slide as well, so that we are good to go. Perfect.
That works. Not
Yeah.
bad. You never know.
No. So how are things going in terms of the Middle East? Obviously, the big news, I guess, was Air Products and being involved in the NEOM project.
Yeah. So and that's indeed the most tangible development, and it seems to be going ahead. So that was great.
Yeah, they're very big steps, aren't they? I mean, well, it's going to be interesting, and maybe we'll have some questions afterwards about. Obviously solar, grew in its own way, and wind, iteratively growth over sort of a decade of experience. But I guess 2 points. One, hydrogen is benefiting from the existing gas infrastructure that's been considerably built out over the last 30, 40 years, and also benefiting also from the solar and the wind and the declining cost of electricity. So that I guess they are foundations for hydrogen.
Although the biggest, like the Saudi project, and I'll touch upon it later. That's ammonia, right? So there is some infrastructure, but it needs to be purposely built for this project. So
right.
There's nothing at NEOM right now. It's they're basically working from a trailer park.
From the desert.
Yeah.
The size of Belgium, isn't it?
Yeah.
But yeah, interesting, because it's going to be wind and solar. So I guess one of the big sort of questions for today is, see, solar is intermittent, and you would want to optimize your investments in electrolysis platforms, as with any industrial process, and have optimizing those assets. So yeah, it does lead one to think that solar plus wind plus grid plus whatever is the best way to optimize that, if that's where the value creation is going to be. But I guess that's a point you can also tackle towards the end. But yeah, I think we are just 1 minute away, so it's officially 11 o'clock. So yeah, I'm very pleased to be joined by Frank Wouters. For those of you that don't know him, he's the global lead for clean hydrogen now at Worley. Worley is one of the leading EPC companies in the world, obviously focused on energy and chemicals and also mining or resources. Frank's based in the Middle East and is going to be giving a presentation looking at the potential, the clear potential to develop green hydrogen from that region in the world, and will we see a transition from those countries that have been geologically blessed with high fossil fuels into being geologically blessed with high renewable resources and being able to maintain their sort of place in the value chain, both for domestic use, but also a huge interest in the export potential for the region. So with that, Frank, you're good to go. Many thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thanks, Nadim. It's a pleasure to be speaking about energy from the desert, and as you already rightly said, some of the regions are equally blessed with the future energy carriers compared to what we have right now. So the flow of today's presentation is, first take a helicopter ride and look down on the bigger picture. Then we focus on hydrogen in the energy transition. Then I think it makes sense to look at Europe, because Europe is the hottest, the hottest area right now for anything hydrogen. Then what that means in terms of import-export relationships, and then lastly, of course, we'll look at the deserts, specifically North Africa and the Middle East. The main question that sometimes people doubt is whether renewables can replace fossil fuels. They're less dense, much more dispersed, etc. And the simple answer is actually yes, even though the area of a solar panel you need is a lot. It's still in terms of serving the entire energy demand of the world, which is 155,000 terawatt hours each year. We would only need 10% of Australia or 8% of the Sahara Desert if we were to choose to supply all of that using solar, which obviously doesn't make sense. And then in the same mental exercise, if we were to do that with offshore wind, only 1.5% of the Pacific Ocean would get us there. And if you're thinking, well, all these wind turbines, they're going to destroy the ocean. Actually, each turbine, there's only one turbine every kilometer, so it's not really something that would be impossible to do. But obviously, there is smarter ways of doing this than just solar panels in Australia or in the Sahara Desert. There's combinations and all kinds of systemic aspects that we need to consider, and one of them is hydrogen. Just to recap, these are the 7 functions of hydrogen in the energy transition. To the left, it's a major enabler of large-scale renewables integration. It's very cost-effective to transport, so you can actually distribute energy more cost-effectively over sectors and regions. Hydrogen can be stored loss-free. It's a molecule. If you put it somewhere, it won't change. And then the 4 use cases. And mind you, I will show you also the role of electricity versus molecules. Obviously, electricity is hugely important and will massively grow, but there is limits. There is just certain things that are better done more cost effectively with the molecules, and such as hydrogen, and that is in heavy duty transport. It's in industrial energy use to many extents. The building, heating and power sector, and lastly, this is where you can't use electricity, is a feedstock, for example, in refineries or in the fertilizer industry. And these are some of the ways to make hydrogen and hydrogen derivatives. I've only shown here green hydrogen, which is based on electrolysis and renewable electricity, but of course you can also make hydrogen through steam methane reforming of natural gas, and if you then capture and store the CO2 that's associated with that production, it's also clean. But for the sake of simplicity, let's look at green hydrogen. So you take water, you take green electricity, you take an electrolyzer, and then you end up with hydrogen and oxygen. If you need ammonia, because there is some advantages to that, you have to capture nitrogen from air, which you can also do using green electricity, and then you combine it and make NH3, which is ammonia, and that can all be done from water, air, and sunshine. Some molecules, some applications currently require carbon. For example, if you were to look at drop-in jet fuel, something that has been certified and you still want to decarbonize it, you could, for example, capture CO2 from air in direct air capture, but there's many other sources. And then you combine it into jet fuel molecules that are then also green to a large extent. They need to be aromatic, so they're quite complex, but that can all be done. Now, let's look at Europe, because Europe is at the moment the hotspot for hydrogen, as the guy with the beard in the middle, Executive Vice President Frans Timmermans, we met a few times, this picture was in November in Brussels. He calls hydrogen the rock star of the energy transition, and I think he has a good reason to do that. Now let's look at Europe. Europe's final energy demand in this year, electricity makes up about 20%, and the rest is really hydrocarbons. It's oil, gas, and obviously also coal. Even though some of the electricity is green, some of the rest is also green, but roughly 20% is carbon free and 80% is carbon. Now Europe intends to be net zero carbon by 2050. And a large part of that is electricity. So electricity will grow 2.5 times from 20 to 50%. And that can be done cost effectively with solar and wind. Solar electricity would be predominantly in the southern part of Europe, and offshore wind in the northwestern corner would provide the wind energy for that target. And then the main question is, what is going to be the other 50%? If we really want to decarbonize, and you basically want to do something else than burning hydrocarbons, what is it? And there are very, very, very few things that can do what hydrogen can do to cover the remaining 50% in terms of applicability, in terms of scalability, modularity, and all of the things that become relevant in a systemic change. So this is what we did. We then thought, okay, what do we need to do? And we proposed, and we is Hydrogen Europe, but it was supported by the Clean Energy Technology Network, the EU GCC Clean Energy Technology Network, and DII Desert Energy. We proposed a 2 times 40 gigawatt initiative, and we shared that with the European Commission earlier this year. And the idea is to make hydrogen competitive, and you got to do that by doing it. Basically, you got to build electrolyzers, bring the cost down, increase efficiency, and the intermediate target would be 1.5 to 2 euro per kilo by 2025, and then reach a price point of 1 to 1.5 euro per kilo by 2030, and that increases the competitivity of hydrogen versus alternatives massively. The idea is to have 40 gigawatts in Europe and 40 gigawatts in Ukraine and North Africa. And that has many side benefits. Europe is technology leader at the moment. They want to keep that position. Obviously, emissions can be reduced, jobs created. And if you're then looking at the numbers for North Africa, obviously they need hydrogen themselves. I'll touch upon that later. So that would be the first priority. 7.5 gigawatts could be for example, used for ammonia in several North African countries. But the bulk of it would be for export to Europe, because Europe has said, we want this, we want to use our gas grid, and we cannot be completely self-sufficient. So we need to talk to our friends from the neighboring regions. There's many benefits. You'll have economic development in North Africa, for example. You'll create jobs, and of course you earn foreign exchange. So it was, I think, a historic moment on the 8th of July when the European Commission announced the hydrogen strategy together with the sector integration strategy. And these are some of the elements that were in there. There is a strong focus on green hydrogen, but there's also recognition that that there is limits to how fast you can ramp that up and how fast you can grow that. So there is a role for blue, which is at the moment would be probably adding carbon capture and storage to existing SMR units predominantly in the next 10 years. But you need that to get the volumes to fill the system. The good news was that there was a leaked draft version a month ago that was talking about 4 gigawatts of electrolyzers by 2024. That has now been increased to 6 gigawatts. We're really pleased to see that our 40 gigawatts target was adopted and is now part of the European hydrogen strategy. Also recognizing the role for import, Europe cannot do it alone. We just don't have the space in Europe. So you need to look at partners to cover your energy needs also in the future. A lot of money involved. Obviously, all of this stuff needs to be new built in addition to renewable energy for the electricity sector per se. It also requires substantial amounts of money for a dedicated wind and solar capacity. And these are all big numbers. As we have heard in the previous presentation, the bulk of the cost of green hydrogen is actually the cost of electricity, and that's also reflected in these investment numbers. Now, how does that work? How can you actually export and import hydrogen? There's a number of ways, and first of all, you have to produce it somewhere, typically, ideally at a low-cost location, and we'll see some of that later. And then the easiest and cheapest way is to compress it and put it in a pipe. Piping molecules is the lowest cost option, especially if you already have the pipes, and I'll touch upon that later. If you go in a ship, then you want it to be liquid, and you need to liquefy hydrogen, then put it in a dedicated vessel, and then you can ship it like we do with LNG. But a third way, and this is very interesting and being pursued by many people, would be to turn the hydrogen into ammonia, as I've already shown before, because ammonia is a worldwide, it's a globally traded commodity. There's about 200 million tons of ammonia being produced. 90% of that is captive, so you actually produce the ammonia where you need it, typically at a fertilizer manufacturing facility. But 10%, so 20 million tons, is already globally traded. And that is via truck, via ship, even in containers. The difference between liquid hydrogen and ammonia is that liquid hydrogen needs to be cooled down to minus 253 degrees Celsius, which is only 20 degrees warmer than the absolute zero. Ammonia is a liquid at minus 30 under atmospheric conditions, so it's a lot easier to do that than but obviously there is conversion losses. You need to crack the ammonia back if on the receiving end you need pure hydrogen. You need to get the nitrogen out, and that's an extra step that you don't need if you have liquid hydrogen. So these are some of the pathways. This is the first small vessel that was built by Kawasaki Heavy Industries. This is the launch moment in December last year. As you can see in the hole, the hydrogen tank wasn't put in yet. I think by now it has been put in. And this vessel is part of a demonstration project that will take liquid hydrogen from Australia, from the Latrobe Valley lignite operation, where they gasify lignite and turn it into liquid hydrogen, and then that is shipped to Japan. So there's a number of Australian and Japanese companies involved in this. Shell is involved, Kawasaki is involved, and many other Japanese players. Now, in terms of how to get energy from A to B, I think this is a very telling overview and comparison. These are two connections between Europe, between actually the Netherlands and the UK. The BritNed cable, 1 gigawatt capacity, cost about €500 million versus the BBL pipeline, which also cost about €500 million. But if you look at the capacities, the gas pipeline carries 15 times more energy than electricity. And I think this is important to realize, that piping a gas is really, really very cost efficient. And if we then look at Europe, Europe has 200,000 kilometers of transmission gas, the high pressure gas pipes, they cover all the corners, and then a multitude of that number is in the distribution grid. So it makes sense, if you're looking at decarbonizing the gas grid, to use that existing base of assets. And then if you do the numbers, for example, connecting Europe to North Africa, or even through Greece to Egypt, 2 pipelines of 48-inch, which are standard pipes, with a similar capacity as the Nord Stream gas pipeline that connects Europe to Russia, that would carry 300 terawatt hours of hydrogen per year. And those are big numbers. Also in terms of the monetary value of what you're transporting. So pipelines are really the way to go for this bulk energy connection. Now, can it be done? Can you use the existing infrastructure? Because we do know that hydrogen is a different gas. It's a little bit more complex. It can actually cause brittleness in certain types of steel. You need to look at compressors, flow meters, different densities, etc. There's quite a growing body of evidence that the conversion can be done in most cases. So there's a recent study done in France, but also similar studies have been done for Germany and the Netherlands, that both the transmission system as well as the distribution system can accommodate hydrogen with minor modifications. Obviously, at a certain point, you need to change compressors, flow meters, and particularly, of course, end-use appliances. But the bulk of the asset base can be used at relatively minor cost, and we're talking maximum 25% of a new build infrastructure. So that's a great advantage that Europe has with this extensive gas grid. Now let's look at the deserts in North Africa and the Middle East. And obviously the Middle East, I mean, you look at the circles. The brown circles are production of hydrocarbons, or in this case it's oil, and the blue circles are where the use is, the consumption is. And if you then look at the Middle East, obviously the brown circle is a lot bigger than the consumption, and Europe is an importer. The same Asia Pacific, specifically Korea and Japan. They don't have a lot of hydrocarbons, so they just need to buy from the Middle East, like Europe. And then if we are converting to hydrogen as one of the major energy vectors in the future, that is actually going to change because we will have different. First of all, you can make hydrogen anywhere, so it really depends on how competitive are you and how does that make sense. But you have sunshine and wind everywhere, so you could potentially make it everywhere. But obviously there's good and less good places, in the sense that the higher your renewable energy resource is and the more land you have and the cost of land is not prohibitive, you have an advantage. And if we're looking at the bottom right corner, Australia, they've got plenty of land, excellent solar radiation, but the combination with wind makes a lot of sense. And that's why Australia is driving the hydrogen agenda, also because of the proximity to Korea and Japan, who do not have similar good characteristics in terms of producing low-cost hydrogen. They just don't have the renewable energy resource. So that relationship seems to be developing well. It makes a lot of sense. But if you look at the center of the picture, the Middle East, Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, etc., they have equally good conditions to produce hydrogen at commercial and competitive scales. And this is a picture of how North Africa, could change from hydrocarbons to renewables. So there's a recent estimation that the potential in North Africa for feasible development of renewable energy is around 200 gigawatts. I mean, the theoretical potential is a lot bigger, but something that is also commercial. And then you do see that you can also use that renewable potential to produce hydrogen and use it and also use it for export. And that is equally interesting for people that are right now importing hydrocarbons, such as Tunisia and Morocco, as well as exporters, such as Algeria. Because for the new guys, if you will, from Morocco and Tunisia, it provides a new avenue of foreign exchange revenues. But for the existing ones, I mean, if you're Algeria and your gas consumption is going away, of course, you could replace it with something else. And it's important to also recognize that 60% of the oil and gas exports are actually with Europe. For obvious reasons, it's the proximity and the ease of connection using the gas grid. Now let's focus on Morocco. And this is a slide I borrowed from my friend Cédric Philibert, who's done some work for the World Bank in looking at hydrogen in Morocco. And he basically analyzed 3 locations. Ouarzazate is where you have a large, solar cluster, and he thought, okay, let's look at using that solar-only resource and produce hydrogen. And he arrived at the $2.65 per kilo of hydrogen. But if you then go down to the Assa region, and then you combine solar and wind, because you've got Atlantic wind speeds as well as very, very good solar irradiation, your costs are reduced dramatically. So that also shows that a combination of solar and wind, and we see a similar exercise for Tétouan in the north, you can actually reduce your cost by just having a better profile and a higher capacity factor. One of the biggest companies in Morocco is OCP. They're a leading phosphate mining company, one of the largest manufacturers of phosphate fertilizers in the world. It's majority owned by the government, and they're buying ammonia. So they're buying 1,000 kilotons, so about 1 million tons of ammonia per year, because Morocco doesn't have hydrocarbons. So they have to buy that, and obviously they could make it. Instead of buying it, they could make it using, as we've seen before, sunshine, water, and air. And these are some of the numbers. Obviously, it's big investments. I mean, these are it's a lot of solar and wind that you need to that you need to build. But it is a worthwhile investment. Initial indications are that if you take the best sites and the most optimal combination of solar and wind, you could have ammonia between, let's say, $400 and $500 per ton at scale. And then if you take a carbon price of about $100 per ton, which is what everybody expects it to be before the end of the decade, you can actually subtract $200 per ton. So your 400 becomes 200 with the carbon content, and then you're in the market. So this is certainly something that is feasible, and OCP together with Worley is exploring that. And the second example that I have along similar lines is Saudi Arabia, which has launched a visionary project called NEOM. And sometimes they call it a city, but sometimes they call it a country. I mean, in terms of size, it's the size of Belgium. It's huge, and also to attract people to live there, because at the moment it's rather empty. But they want to have more than 1 million people living there. They've sort of designed a new constitution, if you will, of course, within the Saudi Arabian legal context, but it does provide for a more liberal environment. It's more attractive for people to go and live there. So one of the characteristics is that they wanted to be completely carbon free. So it'll be powered 100% with renewable energy, and that's a combination of 40 to 60 gigawatts of solar and wind. And I'll show you later how that looks, because this is the typical daily profile. And what you have to realize is that the wind is thermal. So it actually, it starts blowing from the Red Sea. And that's like clockwork. So every day, the wind picks up in the afternoon. It dips a little bit around noon when you have the bulk of the sunshine. So the moment the sun starts going down, your wind starts picking up and it blows throughout the night. And this is a beautiful combination that provides for a combined load factor of 72%, which is world class. I mean, there's very few locations where you have, you know, this specific advantage. And because you're higher load factor, you know, you reduce the cost of the production of hydrogen in an electrolyzer. And initial indications are that $1.50 per kilo are definitely feasible. And we've all heard the announcement by a consortium of air products, NEOM and Aqua Power, that are going to invest $5 billion in a world-class ammonia facility. So they're going to take this renewable energy profile and turn that into ammonia for export markets. Very, very exciting, and you know, given the backing of the Saudi state through the Public Investment Fund, as well as Air Products, you know, this is going to happen. And this is a picture of the NEOM Industrial City, which is where a lot of this is going to happen. There is also at the moment work ongoing on a pilot, which you know, Worley is involved in. We're looking at direct air capture, green methanol. We're looking at all kinds of combinations that you can do with green, you know, low-cost green hydrogen that we have at that location, involving also many other players from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and abroad. And the hydrogen will be, for example, be used for mobility around, you know, taking people to the airport, you know, to industrial city, etc. But also various molecules are being studied for marine fuels. So that's an element that is also being studied. And with that, I have come to the end of my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions.
Many thanks, Frank, for an excellent and very well communicated presentation, as ever. A few questions coming in. One was around the 6 gigawatt target for Europe by 2024. That's 6 gigawatts of electrolysis in the EU.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So,
but I think it's also important to note that, I mean, this is European Union, but there is also member states that have an agenda. And a month ago, Germany also released a hydrogen strategy, which, you know, of course, it dovetails into the European strategy. But Germany is looking at export. They've reserved 9 billion euro for that, of which 2 is actually for investments abroad, and they're talking to Morocco now, for example, among many other countries, to make some of those investments. But the 6 gigawatts is Europe.
Yeah, no, I guess it is. How does that break down amongst the EU member states? Because obviously they've all got their individual national strategies, and that, as far as I understand, it is up to the nation state. So how did at a European level they come up with 6 gigawatts? Because there's surely no mandate say you have to locate, you know, 1 gigawatt in Portugal, etc. Any sort of comments on that? Have I frozen, or has Frank frozen? This is the question.
I think Frank is frozen, Nadine.
Ah, okay. That's more difficult than if I've frozen. So yes, we shall see if he unfreezes shortly. He's gone, but maybe he will join us back in a second. Just if there are any other questions coming in, let me check. Where are the questions? So yeah, water is another question, which obviously is an issue in the Middle East. The slide that shows this. Hello, Frank. Thank you for coming back in.
Sorry, what happened? I don't know.
No, it's the traffic. Yeah, there was the question just around on that European target. How does it actually get tracked? Because the EU can't mandate nation states. They were interpreting and coming up with their own strategies. So how does that? What's to say that that figure will be hit 6 gigawatts by 2024?
Yeah, that's a good question, and you're right that you know, obviously there's limits to what Europe can do, but you know, there's still a lot of detailed work that will you know, happen between now and the end of the year. First of all, you know, the entire plan is now being discussed at the European Parliament level, and obviously if Europe decides to do this, then it will also be supported by some of the economic stimulus money that you know, is available to get us out of the COVID mess.
Yeah.
But yeah, the exact mechanism, you know, how this is going to be implemented and where and how, that's all still work in progress.
I mean, do you see a role for facilities like the European Investment Bank, you know, helping to fund some electrolysis and being given some of that money from the 750 billion? Would that be a potential avenue?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Europe will use the available mechanisms and means, and the EIB is going to be definitely involved. But you know, for some of the investments abroad, EBRD will be a partner. So yeah, all of that will happen.
Yeah. And then on your slide, you mentioned 170,000 jobs. I think it was from Advan Veeks. Yeah. Where was it? Yeah, 170,000 jobs. Do you? Yeah, jobs is obviously highly political in terms of the COVID response, and obviously hydrogen has to grow now, so it needs to be linked quite firmly with jobs. Is there any sort of comments around that jobs? It's obviously very much about yeah, domestic electrolyzer means more jobs domestically, quite clearly. But was there some analysis around those jobs? Is there a rule of thumb that, I don't know, gigawatt of electrolyzers is 10,000 jobs? I don't know.
Yeah, so I mean, that's a good question. So there is obviously the element of the electrolyzer, but mind you, the bulk of the jobs are actually going to be in the additional and dedicated renewable energy production. And for that, we've taken the metrics that have been developed by IRENA,
Yeah.
You know, the annual jobs report in terms of, you know, direct jobs, indirect jobs, and all of that methodology is being used.
And then yeah, just added a little bit more, I guess, for the electrolyzers.
Yeah.
In terms of just moving, I guess, to the Middle East, the issue of water. So clearly an important issue.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so in terms of cost, it's actually not that dramatic. I mean, because I mean, obviously, if you're looking at the Middle East, and we've done, you know, the work for NEOM, you need to take seawater, you need to add reverse osmosis, and there is a cost associated with that. But it's actually less than 2% of the overall cost of the hydrogen. So in terms of cost, it's not a major factor. The availability of the water is an issue, and then if you desalinate it, what do you do with the brine? So that's where you know, some of the developments are going, and for example in the Red Sea, but also in the Gulf, you know, many people are now adopting zero brine discharge policies, and you know, there you still need innovation. We're looking at eutectic freezing to get the minerals out. I mean, there's some value in it, but at the moment it's still a costly thing, but we need to do that. in terms of overall water picture, if we're looking at a major transition where we'll have renewables plus green hydrogen compared to fossil fuels, I think the overall amount for water is about 1/3. So yes, the question is where are you and what is the water requirement? How do you get it there? But in terms of overall, we're going to be better with water in the future, dominated by solar and wind than with the fossil fuels that we know, because there's actually quite a lot of water that we need right now.
I'm with you. So yeah, in that overall energy transition, you're balancing out, and so there's a net positive gain of 1/3 if you were to have a system which is entirely or almost entirely based upon renewables plus hydrogen. That's interesting. And that 2% figure was the cost of water as a element of the cost of hydrogen. 2%.
Yes.
That's very, very low. What's the highest rate of hydrogen that can be mixed in the existing gas pipes?
Yeah, that's a good question, because there's various gas companies that are pursuing this right now. It's Snam in Italy, but also in Germany, TenneT is looking to do that. Cadence in the UK. France has done a relatively elaborate study on that. So there was a recent study done that looked at the blending in the transmission grid, and there seems to be a logical maximum of 6%, beyond which you start getting into difficult territory, because what you have to realize, it is a different gas. So you start changing the gas quality. If you then also link it to variable production, how is that going to work? Because you can't have changing gas quality based on whether the sun shines or not. So then are you going to introduce buffers? Are you going to store hydrogen first to have a constant flow? So all of those elements need to be considered. Our basically analysis is that 6% is the maximum, and only on the transmission grid level. At the distribution grid, there was a recent study done in Italy that looked at solar hydrogen production on the distribution grid, and there you go from 0 to 100. So you'll have, when the sun shines, you'll have 100% hydrogen and no natural gas, and then when the sun doesn't shine, it's all natural gas. So that's completely impossible. So unless you have buffers, which are expensive, blending will be possible, but maximum 6%, and maximum and only at the transmission level. So it's going to be a limited thing for a limited time.
In terms of the and you mentioned obviously Germany are reserving a large portion for importing, and a question about the EU ambition to produce green hydrogen locally versus importing. How do you think it will play out as we ramp up, and what is the what do you think is going to be sort of the balance between domestic production and imports when you're looking at it specifically from an EU context? I mean, it's a bit hard to guess the technology pathways versus, I guess, the cost of transportation, but is that the main sort of metrics to look for?
So I think what you're looking at is first, I mean, the first 10, 15 years until roughly 2035, there is a cost gap, right? I mean, hydrogen is still at the moment more expensive because nobody makes electrolyzers. Renewable energy, has to still come down somewhat in cost to be at par with natural gas, which you're replacing, or with petrol and diesel if it's a transport fuel. Or coking coal if you're looking at steel. So, for the next 10, 15 years, it will be policy driven, and there will be mechanisms to make it work. Somebody will have to pay the cost gap, and that is something that we've done with renewable electricity, and that can be, to some extent, be copied for this. Now, I do think that there will be some import, but probably the bulk of that support, policy drive, etc., will be towards domestic production. but there'll be pilots. But beyond that, we'll have a free market, and then it doesn't really matter whether you're buying liquid hydrogen from a faraway place, because then it's all about the cost. I mean, it's in the end it's a commodity, and for commodities the cost is one of the major drivers. Of course, reliability of supply and all those things, but it's going to be an interesting combination of various pathways. There will be pipes, there will be ammonia coming into Europe, there will be liquid. In terms of potential, I would say, a 50-50 kind of share between locally produced hydrogen in Europe and imported hydrogen seems feasible.
Yep, that's interesting. One question specifically around the sources of data for your water consumption for fossil fuels, but we can maybe see about that source afterwards. What's the future potential of thermochemical water splitting technology for generating hydrogen?
Yeah, there's, I mean, so basically we know what we know, right? I mean, electrolysis, that's now being pursued, has been around for, at scale for almost 100 years. So we've had large-scale electrolyzers linked to hydropower in Zimbabwe and Egypt, Norway for many decades. So that is what we know. We also know that the more you build it, the cheaper it gets. Like your mobile phone, like your TV, like your solar panel, you do get better efficiency, you get better supply chain management, overall lower cost. So the more you build it, the cheaper it gets. And these are the assumptions for the cost reduction and the outlook on competitiveness in the future. It's what we know. And then there is many new things that could potentially change everything. I mean, you could have photosynthesis, you could have all kinds of various pathways. There's some promising results with plasma in the United States. Fantastic. If that works, let's do it. So I think part of what we're doing is like with anything else, you'll support R&D on some of these new developments, and if something is scalable and manufacturable and all of that, let's do it.
Yeah. Specific question from Eva Hennig of Tuga. Do you know what she's from the gas grid in the German gas grid. She talks about polyethylene can take obviously 100% hydrogen, but in steel there's a huge range of different capabilities with the different steel. So do you know what the steel was used in the French study? I suspect.
Well, it wasn't. I mean, they basically looked at the French system, right? I mean, they looked at the French transmission system. I would have to look that up, but a similar study was done by DNVGL for the Netherlands. There's a research center that was recently set up in the north of England that looks at steel in Australia. People are doing research on types of steel and how well you can transition from natural gas to hydrogen. And obviously there is limitations. There is certain steels that don't like hydrogen very well, and there you need to do something. But even then, depending on the circumstances, inserting an HDPE pipe inside a steel pipe is also an option. So overall, I think the bottom line is that the bulk of the transmission and distribution grid can accommodate hydrogen. But obviously, that needs to be studied very well. But there's a lot of people that are working on these kinds of studies at the moment.
Okay. And one final question, I guess, just around the cost of liquefaction, is that the right word, of hydrogen for transportation by sea. Is there a rough sort of rule of thumb? I think it was mentioned, I'd heard 20% of a cost increase, but are you aware of any sort of costs?
No, I don't have that number on top of my head, but yeah, more than happy to give what we know. I mean, obviously the pilot in Japan, it's a super small vessel, nowhere near anything commercial. So if you look at the cost of that pilot and then do the maths on that, it wouldn't make sense. So that's really just a proof of concept. They want to know that it works, how it works, learn on the job. But obviously, if you're going to do this seriously, then like LNG, you'll increase scale, have much bigger vessels, etc. But you got to think through the entire supply chain. But there's plenty of research done on that. Bloomberg, the IEA report that was issued last year. There's a lot of information in there.
Yeah. Excellent. Well, many thanks, Frank. Thanks for your presentation and sharing some of those insights. And we look forward to having you on again. We're going to be moving to the next session, which is going to start at midday. And we'll look at some of the more technical questions around how to optimize solar and electrolysis. So yeah, many thanks, Frank. I hope you can
Thank
join
you.
us. Cheers. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. And I think we have been joined, we've been joined by Christian, who's going to be getting ready for the next panel. Hello, welcome, Christian.
Hi, Nadim, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you loud and clear.
Perfect.
Excellent. So yeah, we've just been, I don't know if you've been watching via YouTube, but yeah, we've had two interesting sessions from around the world. We're in northern China, and then we went to the Middle East. So yeah, looking forward to the next session, which is going to be starting.
Yeah, perfect. So we'll start at 12.
Yeah, correct.
Perfect.
So
all
yeah,
right,
if you want to be ready to give your presentation from your computer as per normal.
Great. Everything is set. I'm online now.
Okay, perfect. I'm gonna come back in about 5 minutes. So many thanks.
just want to test audio. Is it coming through?
Hello, everybody, and welcome. I've had time to have a brief break. Very pleased to be welcoming the next session, which is going to look at some detail at optimizing solar for hydrogen production. So we're going to be joined by a great panel. So Yuan Sheng Yu, who's a senior analyst at Lux Research, will be moderating the session. So Yuan Sheng is, as I said, a senior analyst at Lux Research, and he's been there nearly 7 years and comes previously from studying at the University of California, Berkeley, and the University of Georgia. He's currently based in the Singapore office. Following Yuan Sheng, Christian will give a Christian Foduk, who's the managing director for projects at Smart Energy, and Smart Energy are the sponsors of today's conference. And Christian is leading their deployment of projects, so solar plus hydrogen projects, specifically in Portugal, as well as a pipeline of other projects across Europe. And Christian has a background in solar as well as in semiconductors, and he's coming to us from, I think, from Switzerland today, if I guess the background correctly. And then next, joining us after Christian's presentation, we will have time for questions and a discussion. And so we will also be getting input from Cornelius Mattes. Cornelius is a German national and is based now in, I think, in Dubai, and works as a senior vice president for the Desertec Industrial Initiative, who are looking at accelerating the use of solar and importing electricity, and specifically the use of solar and renewables to start generating hydrogen now. So a lot happening there. Then Nick Ash will be joining us from the consultancies Ricardo. Hello, Nick. Welcome. Nick's based in the UK, and will be lending his engineering expertise into the discussions, and he's a principal consultant there at Ricardo, and previously was an engineer at WSP, I believe. So welcome everybody. Thank you for taking time out of your day. As I said, I'm gonna hand the session over to you, Yuan Sheng, and we will pretty much go straight into the presentation from Christian. So Christian, I don't know if you want to start sharing your screen, and thank you very much, Yuan.
Can you see the screen, Nadim?
Yep, it looks good. Thank you.
Perfect. Good. Thank you, Nadim, for the introduction. I'm not sure whether Yuan Sheng wanted to start first to say still something, or I just go ahead.
Please, I think we'll have plenty to say afterwards. So
okay.
Please go ahead.
Great. Okay. So first of all, thank you for the introduction, and Nadim and Yuan Sheng, and pleased to be here with all of you. It's a great pleasure also from Smart Energy side to support the event, as we really believe that the community right now, H2 generation with renewable energies, is something which all stakeholders need to work together. And so it's our pleasure to support these gatherings, getting together, understanding the different parts in the value chain, and putting these together that they fit well, and we all be together successful in this very important activity we have in our climate targets. I focus on our Portuguese projects specifically because we are most advanced there, and also the topic of today, optimizing PV and the electrolyzing. I mean, this is what we are thinking kind of every day right now, how to make it happen, how to really optimize it, that it works out. Well, today I share a bit more specifics on the projects, not too generic, but very specific on the projects, because it's a practical learning we are doing, and we wanted to share some parts of it with you today and obviously discuss. Smart Energy is focused on the developing, building, operating of solar and PV assets, and we have added green hydrogen as the kind of complementary part in the scaling of this to higher levels, as we know that the intermittency of these renewable power sources are a bit, how can I say, getting to a level where we need to cope with it. And it's just not an adder to the conventional, which is a nice situation that we are there already, that really this is to be solved. So we're fully committed to that. And our focus country is Portugal, among others, where we are preparing projects. But in Portugal, the rationale right now, obviously for Europe, it's among, if not the best, in solar conditions, PV conditions, irradiation. Well, we know Spain, Italy, there are some others also very good, but really Portugal, we really see a great potential. And LCOEs as an input parameter, besides the electrolyzer costs, are really key. And also the boundary conditions are so important, and we see really Portugal as one of the most advanced countries in terms of their strategy, which gives somehow also the potential to move ahead. So looking into the targets, and we won't go into each of those, just to show you, there is a roadmap in targets with all kind of applications in the hydrogen, similar to other national strategies in Europe and worldwide. We see here natural gas, industry, road, etc., and the vehicles, lightweight, heavyweight, with specific targets. And for us, one important part was that there is today the consumption of hydrogen, which is quite a captive market, is rather small and very stable over many years. But now this transition to the ecosystem of electricity, energy into a more hydrogen-based solution generates new demand in hydrogen, but it will scale over time. And now looking into these targets, we see that the potential of the gas grid as an off-taking route in the beginning is very helpful to allow the scaling of power plants, PV power plants, also wind, with hydrogen from the start. So let's look into one specific figure here a bit more in detail, which is the gas grid. And I showed this slide already earlier, but maybe some people didn't see it in an earlier occasion. So I thought it's good to repeat this here. So for 2025, which is kind of the most short-term view we have right now in the deployment of green hydrogen generation, if we think about the natural gas consumption in Portugal and a blending of 5%, which is kind of the level up to 10%, where most experts say there is not a big investment issue needed for the current infrastructure. And we calculate, and we would do all this just with PV, and thanks to good irradiation and specific return, it's roughly 700 megawatt peak of solar in Portugal. So today there's roughly 800 in the country. So it's quite an important adder to the solar. And actually Portugal so far hasn't really developed at the same level PV as, for example, neighboring country Spain, as they are so lucky to have a lot of hydro, for example, as well in renewable energies and wind. But now the solar is a great opportunity. Well, now we approach obviously the opportunity and need to come to something which is the most possible competitive. And we have, can I say, worked a lot to get to numbers in example projects first in the studying, where we get over time to more attractive LCOH costs. One thing which I mentioned in other occasions, that obviously we take for granted that there is a big potential in electrolyzer costs coming down. We know about alkaline PEM technologies, which are really working hard to get the larger sizes available at lower costs. Also the LCOEs as we know them from PV are being developed. But now comes a multi-dimensional optimization puzzle or task. And just going quickly through a few of them is, well, what is the sizing between PV, the electrolyzer, and if you have electrical grid capacity, the corresponding electrical connection, how to size is optimum. If you add other renewable energy sources, obviously it makes it better in terms of, and that's the keyword, loading factor of the electrolyzer. which, as it is an important investment and the efficiency goes up with a higher loading, well, if you cannot put it right together, virtual power plant topic become even more important in this context. Battery storage, still quite expensive in our business models in terms of what it then means to the LCOH, but at least a certain small level might be beneficial in what we'll see. Potential of ancillary services, because we really can provide added value besides the pure hydrogen generation to the grid as well, not just having the PV, but also the hydrogen generation with it. As we talked about, large-scale electrolyzer sizing, and also, and now comes a very not too underestimated part. Well, first we focus, this is maybe more our experience PV and the generation, but then what comes after that can be as important in terms of total impact into the cost and competitiveness, which is how much buffer, how much storage, transport, logistics. So really optimizing this in the second part of the value chain is really, really key. And I've just put here one simulation chart. It's not a specific site, just showing a little bit how strongly, however, the influence can be if you size, if you have the potential of the wind combined with the PV system, if you have the possibility to scale the PV systems in terms of the electrolyzer capacity. And another dimension is if you can use the grid. So it's really optimization, which is very, very site specific. We have looked into our pipeline of developed PV projects, and a key for us is in terms of timing that having a developed pipeline and putting our plans on hydrogen generation onto the most developed projects is kind of winning time. And we believe that the earlier we get into scaling of such projects, the earlier the industry can come down also then in the following projects for the cost. There's no time to lose and to wait because it will not come down by itself. It needs projects with a good size to get forward. And from our side, well, we've talked, we have experts on the renewable energy side, which is obviously what we focus on, but now we have dedicated green hydrogen know-how, which we try to share also with our partners to, you know, it all works together. There is these interfaces to make them right. And nobody wins if the other part isn't doing it the same way, fitting it, and it will just take longer. There is a sector development to do, which we contribute, and an important part for such projects, the keyword of early PV stages, I remember always this bankability topic coming up. Well, we are back to that again. We are dealing with, well, is this bankable doing hydrogen projects? And we need now to work the same way on bankability as in the former times on PV projects. We have chosen 4 lead projects out of our pipeline, and also due to time, I just go into a generic mode into these projects, which actually have been accepted by the Portuguese government in the expression of interest among the kind of first round of choosing projects. We have 4 different types where we want to explore and optimize the way we generate, and that's why we chose quite different characteristics. And that's just to explain a little bit. There is large scale, but it's really large scale in terms of utility scale, large scale. There's mid scale, not the biggest projects in the land, but still good utility scale. And we have different options between having grid and not having grid connection. Big difference, because if we can work without a considerable grid connection for the electricity, we can work on lands, on areas which so far couldn't be exploited. So here hydrogen is opportunity, is a leveraging factor for such sites. Electrolyzer sizing, well, we are still playing around in the exact size, as many parameters playing into that, but we are looking into kind of 60%, but also in terms of allowing the applications which need the hydrogen to scale, also with a mode when you can repeat modules of the electrolyzer, start first with the first half and adding the second half afterwards. On the output, even a mid-scale or smaller project can have a large-scale output in hydrogen if we can use the grid also not into just to put the PV electricity there, but really use the energy from the grid, obviously looking into renewable energy, green electricity taken from the grid because we want to have green hydrogen. But there is parts where there is, like in the night sometimes, where there's an overcapacity. And if we use that power, we can load our electrolyzer in a way to load it not to 30–40%, which would be just solar and wind, but really to higher levels, up to 90% and more. And suddenly a small electrolyzer becomes very efficient, small, all relative, in the output. Also battery storage, I mentioned load stabilization and interruptibility services and other services, and also looking into the gas grid injection, mobility and industry off-taking side. So really 4 projects with different characteristics because they are for us the blueprint to scale then with the further projects we have in the pipeline. The projects are located also in different areas of Portugal. We know that the key focus industrial zones in Portugal is in Lisbon and Porto. And we have 3 in the Lisbon area, larger Lisbon area, and 1 in the north. Well, not too close to Porto, but at least in the north. And here we are looking into putting these down into a large scale as fast as possible. We are talking really about a 2.5 year time frame to get green hydrogen out if the permitting and subsidizing mechanisms are defined on time, which is being worked on right now. So to get the competitiveness, we want to obviously put our PV experience as much as possible inside because the LCOE, the cost of electricity, is still the main factor. We need to collaborate to put clusters. The one is the mobility, the one in the industry, together because it influences how we generate the hydrogen, which storage we need, which kind of off-taking setup, which is, as I said before, very important. And last but not least, the gas grid injection is also a very specific topic, which is also a good topic to debate. I know some hydrogen friends who are saying, "Are you crazy? You're putting the hydrogen in the gas grid," and it's a good discussion, but it's a good approach on the other hand to get things going. So the optimization for us really is how to get in the end the projects into a level of IRR return, because we want to have scaling. And in the end, we can do 1-2 projects, even if they are not optimized. But in the end, we need the investors to be happy. And for such new technology, they need to be roughly somewhere coming to the double-digit IRR in order that one project follows the other. So we need to optimize and put all the elements of the value chain together. Well, thank you very much for your attention and looking forward to our discussion.
Many thanks, Christian. So yeah, if you want to go ahead with questions, Yuang.
Yeah, thank you very much, Christian, for the presentation. I think we covered a lot of the topics that we're going to discuss in this panel right now. And due to COVID, I too am Switzerland-based for the last 6 months. So nice to see a fellow person here. But before we jump in here, I do want to give an opportunity to our other 2 panelists. We have Nick, a principal consultant from Ricardo Energy and Environment, as well as Cornelius, a senior VP from D Desert Energy, joining us today.
Hi, Yuancheng. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. Perfect. So before we start, maybe you can provide us with a quick introduction and a very brief sort of overview of what role your organization plays sort of in the solar and green energy space.
Okay, great. Shall I start?
Yes, please.
Okay, great. So I'm from Ricardo, and we are a global strategic engineering and environmental consultancy. And we specialize in the transport, energy, and scarce resources sectors. Our HQ is in the UK, but we have offices around the world. We employ about 3,000 people. And so I'm based in the UK office. In terms of what we do in the areas of hydrogen and solar particularly, we cover the full value chain from policy advice all the way through to implementation of technologies. So to give you some examples, we advise governments and blocks on policies and strategies for the development of renewables, for sustainable transport, covering all modes, roads, aviation, shipping, rail. We provide independent market, technical, and environmental advice to international financing institutions and private investors looking at hydrogen and renewable projects. We also support NGOs in advocacy work to governments and multilateral institutions to accelerate the transition towards zero carbon energy sources through policy mechanisms and incentive interventions. Right down on the other side of the value chain, we support vehicle and equipment manufacturers in research and development of engines and fuel cells that use synthetic fuels like hydrogen and some of the other hydrogen derivatives. So I suppose finally, our work on solar-powered electrolysis has focused on showing how hydrogen-based synthetic fuels powered by renewables, including solar, could catalyze investment in large-scale sustainable infrastructure, particularly in developing countries that have high amounts of untapped renewable resources that are looking to attract investment in more sustainable industrial infrastructure. So that's Ricardo in a nutshell.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Cornelius?
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Unfortunately, now the video, I think, starts. Here we go. So, well, thank you for inviting me and giving me the chance. I'm with DII, Desert Energy, known as Desertec. So we are at Desertec 3.0. Been around for a little bit more than 11 years in the region for large-scale solar, wind, grid, energy interconnections. Well, in 2012 already published Desert Power 2050, pointing towards 100% renewables system between Europe, Middle East, and North Africa. And well, we are a team of approximately 20 based out of Dubai, UAE in general, but also a bit in Europe, and a not-for-profit organization. We are not an trade association, we are public-private sector network. So we have development banks, GCC Interconnection Authority, Arab League, and other political players, or Mazen from Morocco on our board. And well, we have approximately 20, 30 actually now associated partners and shareholders from 25 countries, such as Sonelgas from Algeria, Mazda, and increasingly players from the hydrogen field. And we've been doing work in green molecules over the last few years. And indeed, our Desertec 3.0, as we call it, has evolved from green electrons and only for local markets to step-by-step, let's say, an integrated concept, including green molecules as a very important second pillar alongside green electrons. And we've done different studies. Well, the big interest, particularly since last year, also following our publication, the North Africa-Europe Hydrogen Manifesto, actually inspired us to set up a more powerful kind of group, which we call the MENA Hydrogen Alliance, which has grown rapidly this year. And we've done different works. Frank outlined the 2x 40 gigawatt initiative in his previous presentation, which we presented to Franz Timmermans in charge of the Green Deal just in April. And more recently, we've concluded a landmark study on the possibilities to produce green hydrogen, green molecules in 8 MENA countries and the possibilities to transport to Europe and to open new markets. So that's briefly what we are doing.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So today we have about 40 or so minutes to talk about probably one of the fastest emerging interest topics of the energy industry, about green hydrogen. So for the attendees, please submit your questions via the Q&A box at the bottom of your screen. We'll continue to monitor those during the discussion, and we'll make our best effort to address each and every one of those towards the end. If not, then just find these gentlemen on LinkedIn and bug them that way. But to really start things off, let's start from the very top when talking about solar plus hydrogen electrolysis. Let's start with market opportunities, challenges, and then we can make our way to more of the technical, operational, and even workforce sort of innovations that are required to really tap the full potential. So to start there, maybe I'll go straight to you here, Cornelius. We heard a presentation earlier today from Baofeng about their 200 megawatt solar hydrogen plant in China. We've also saw numerous projects being alluded to from previous presentations, as well as the one Christian just gave here. These types of projects and these large investments are definitely important in moving the needle for this hydrogen economy. Which regions and countries do you feel is going to sort of play the largest role in driving that first phase?
Yeah, that's a good question. I would say generally all regions with outstanding solar, wind resources primarily, or let's say natural resources and good possibilities to generate electricity with renewable energy. So to clarify as well, we are obviously only focusing on green hydrogen. We believe green hydrogen will dominate the mix. That's really a premium product and will command a premium value. So green hydrogen is obviously produced via electrolysis, and the main sources you use is, I would start actually with wind and then solar, because in certain regions you have almost baseload wind power, and there you can generate with a high load factor, let's say at decent costs. One example is Morocco, where you have load factors in excess of 60, if not even up to 70%. Similar what Frank presented in his previous speech on NEOM, combined solar wind capacity factor of 72%. Egypt. So that's the entire MENA region has outstanding conditions. This is for sure. The proximity also to Europe and to world markets. But then Australia for sure has an amazing potential. Not surprisingly, there's many projects being developed in Australia. But I think we shouldn't forget about regions like South America, like Chile, Patagonia, South Africa, some regions, basically where the good solar and wind resources are, I think, and then obviously with a decent possibility to not only cater to local markets and to export. So the geographic position also has some sort of factor. For example, also wind conditions, obviously, the better they are, the closer they are to the coast, these kind of factors you would be looking into.
Excellent. I mean, I think it's always important, right? Where the solar is best and wind is best. But one of the trends we see is where those are most plentiful and ideal for electrolysis. It also happens to be the places that are most scarce for fresh water, which is needed for electrolysis. Nick, what do you think are sort of the opportunities or strategies to source a sustainable supply of water for electrolysis?
Yeah, thanks, Yuansheng. I think that it was also alluded to in the previous presentation by Frank, I think in the context of the NEOM project. But in all of the work that we've done, up to now, a lot of our work has focused on generating hydrogen for the shipping sector as a shipping fuel, and ammonia as well as electrofuels. And so the optimal place to produce hydrogen or ammonia for the shipping sector is at the coast near ports. because that's where the ships are going to be refueling. So generally, the concept that we use is that the water is taken from the ocean, and you include a desalination plant. And as Frank rightly pointed out, that doesn't come without its issues. It's not a silver bullet, because you do then have to think about how you dispose of the brine, how you treat that before you introduce it to the environment. So generally, and Cornelius also just mentioned that you tend to have good wind resource around the coast, and if you've got good offshore wind resource, then that's also helpful. So obviously, in the future, in 2050, I don't think every electrolyzer plant is going to be located at the coast, but I think that's probably where the low-hanging fruit lie, as it were, in the initial stages, is to be as close as possible to the sea, so that you can get the water from there, but also take advantage of the renewable resources in those areas.
Excellent, perfect. And we've mentioned numerous sectors: shipping, aviation, electricity generation, numerous geographies. Clearly, there's going to be a need for collaboration globally, industry-wide, for many of these green hydrogen projects to really scale up and, more importantly, become more economical. But there's also the downstream adoption and applications that need to increase in consumption. And Christian really touched on many of those points in his presentation of, is it gas grid injection? Is it for mobility? Is it for others? So to you, Christian, to expand on your presentation, how do you see the industry overcoming this almost chicken or the egg dilemma for green hydrogen?
Yeah. I'm tempted to give two quick comments to the previous discussion already. The one on the water usage and the desalination, which obviously is great to have the water close by. We are also facing this challenge. One comment: the one is the need of water compared to some other usages is high, but not as high just in the dimension, but still there is a priority where to use water, which is not from the sea. And so we are also investigating into the wastewater treatment water. And this is actually, if it works, and technically it can work, it just needs also to be economically viable. But because today, for example, when we talk about Portugal, just a minimum fraction of that water is really used. And what coming from there is really a great deal of our needs. So this is one additional route to look at. And well, the next also connects to Cornelius and your question, Yuancheng, on how to overcome the chicken egg problem, to make it easy description of the problem. And we have been involved in some very interesting discussions of really motivated off-takers from both mobility and industry, and then going through their needs and the timelines when they really will how can I say, have their premises ready to go. If we think about mobility in terms of transportation, that they have the corresponding vehicles available. This is then again a fraction of what we intend to produce in the nearby plants, and so it never will work out if we kind of scale it step by step. Also, it's not economically viable for us to make PV and then really step by step add electrolyzer on small scale. It also doesn't work out. So we really need a solution to make big power plants and big electrolyzers from the start when we plan it now, and have a route. And this is luckily what in Portugal at least the strategy was, to give a route of the generated hydrogen in case, and as it is expected, the other off-taking options are not as fast. However, at least the price for this hydrogen will be then at a level which will be acceptable for them to take. And this is kind of one option. There might be other options, but for me, it really makes sense. And the difficult discussion obviously is, how can you do to generate such nice green hydrogen, which as an element you can use so nicely into steel, into other applications where the benefit for nature is much higher than just putting it as a small blend and heating it away again. But it just helps to scale the economy, and it solves the chicken egg. It's not the only and best application, I'm sure, but it's at least a way to solve this problem.
Yeah, absolutely. And while we've really focused on green hydrogen so far, as the panel's description is about, at least many in the industry, several of Lux's clients have also been pushing for a hydrogen economy in general. So regardless how that hydrogen is sourced. Nick, based on your work with governing bodies and policy setters, do you see any policy measures upcoming that will be needed or are potentially going to happen to make green hydrogen more competitive against, say, gray hydrogen or even blue hydrogen?
Yeah, it's a good question. So when we talk about hydrogen, it can be used in many different applications and sectors, as we've mentioned already in the sessions today. And I suppose in some ways it depends on the particular industries where it's being used. So in Europe, there's a lot of talk about having incentives and providing money that's dedicated to developing hydrogen, and it seems that countries like Germany have decided that green hydrogen is the way to go, and so they've been pushing, and I think Europe is following suit in providing money for green hydrogen projects in particular. So it helps when there's money available for some of the earlier projects to generate that scale. Other ways are through some other indirect means, so things like carbon taxes, for instance, where hydrogen is competing as a fuel against fossil fuels. Then the economist's favorite approach to that is to then say, well, you should be taxing the fossil fuel for the externalities of the damage to the environment, which is a little bit more of a political hot potato, as we've seen in UN discussions and even within Europe. So there's those options. Another example is, say, the shipping sector, which is governed by the International Maritime Organization, and so they're talking about various things, potentially having a fuel levy. So rather than taxing the carbon that comes out, is that you apply a levy at the point of sale, which could work. It does help there that there's a coordinated approach with quite a regulated sector, which wouldn't work potentially in other sectors. And then there are other mechanisms that worked really well for renewable energy in the 10, 15 years ago. We're talking about things like contracts for difference, where if hydrogen is more expensive than a fossil fuel counterpart, that potentially governments would sponsor the difference in cost, and with the hope that that difference comes down as the cost of hydrogen production comes down. So those are just a few examples, and it really does depend on the application and the sector that you're working in.
No, thank you. And not to tangent, but I think all our attendees would like to hear our expert panelists' opinion on carbon taxes and carbon pricing. Christian and Cornelius, do you have any additional thoughts on the potential of that happening, by governments, by country level, globally? And is it really something that would cause a tipping point in moving us even faster in the energy transition?
Yeah, okay, let me maybe briefly add. Carbon tax is one thing that's anyway in Europe a big focus. The price of carbon finally stabilized and moved up. So we had an upward trend over the last 2 years, which is good. And you see that this has some sort of effect, but I think we need a combination of different factors. So I think, for example, on the contracts of difference, what Nick just mentioned, this is one thing. Another thing is obviously a pressure to create the demand, and what Germany does with the hydrogen strategy and Europe creates an unprecedented demand, particularly for heavy industries such as steel and chemicals, to start a process you know, in looking at where to source green hydrogen from immediately for the next 2 years. So there's this pressure to create the demand, and the demand will be there. And then obviously it is an interesting development over the next few years how a market for green molecules will develop. We believe this will be rather earlier than later. And then I think measures like from the German hydrogen strategy with 2 billion euros earmarked for international cooperation, you know, to invest in, first of all, the groundwork, the studies to be done, for example, in the MENA region, but also in Australia or the other regions I mentioned, and then invest in projects to bridge the gap, which undoubtedly is still there today between green and gray hydrogen. I think this is a very important role countries are playing currently, and Germany, for example, is intending to finance the first 100 megawatt electrolyzer in Morocco, which was announced at the very day Germany announced in June the national hydrogen strategy. So I think all of this. Another important point is certification, talking about regulation. So the certified project is very important in Europe. Hopefully we are in the process of bringing Morocco on board of this as well. So Morocco would be the first non-European country, because obviously to have credibility in the market, we need to make 100% sure where the hydrogen comes from, that it's 100% green. So these are important factors as well. And then, of course, technical standards. So it's a number of things we need to talk about, and there's a lot of work to be done in different fronts.
Yeah, I very much agree to what Nick and Cornelia said on that. Adding just some specifics on our projects and the specific way we know it now exactly from Portugal how it's going. On the one hand side, the strategy was really saying that on the end user, end customer side, there shouldn't be a big or maybe none disadvantage in switching to green hydrogen, because it would just slow down the process. So it's on the contract for difference topic in this direction to really make the mass accordingly. Second, which also Cornelius mentioned, we really saw that there is also increasing kind of need to think about what to do in the future for really heavily CO2 emitting industries. Because if they calculate what's coming in the next years, very easily some segments and some companies come to a multi-million, tens of million, hundreds of million cost for that. So they have right now really to think about, okay, do we just plan to pay this, or we invest into change of our processes? You know that obviously some processes can be run differently when you have hydrogen, or just the easiest is if you just need heat to blend it to some amount. If you make this calculation, it's also becoming substantial, and on top of the CO2 getting to a better level, hopefully in the upcoming years, I think the motivation will increase. But key really is in the starting years, the governments need to have some pockets for it to get it started. Otherwise, it will just be slow, and the scaling will not happen. But as said, I think there is good motivation for all those companies who have processes which can use hydrogen in future to think about the impact if they move to it, and also prepare strategically for it.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more. I think once things start to disrupt the balance sheet, companies start to pay more and more attention. And many companies out there have internal carbon pricing, and they know the threats that come from such mechanisms. So kind of shifting gears here, we've spent sort of the last 20 or so minutes really talking higher level project developments, policies, industry interests. But as many of our panelists have pointed out, just like fossil fuel resources, green hydrogen is still going to be centralized in a handful of places, whether it's Middle East, North Africa, coastal regions. So you can almost say that in order to make this a global phenomenon, we really need to develop a renewable energy proxy to the existing oil and gas and natural gas trade. But in a fraction of the time, we're looking at 15, 20 years to do something that it took 100 or years or so to establish. But the big question many in the industry are asking is, well, how are we going to transport it? Is it going to be liquefaction, compression, or energy carriers like liquid organic hydrogen carriers, or even solid mediums and absorbents? So with all these options sort of on the table for the industry, Nick, I direct this one to you. What is the outlook for export at scale? Obviously, we've seen these smaller demo projects like Chiyoda Corporation in Japan using LOHCs from Australia, SemCorp in Singapore doing similar things. But if we're starting to move billions and billions of metric tons of hydrogen around, what will be sort of that option and solution?
When you find that out, Yunsheng, please let me know, and then I will start investing in the right places. I think there are lots of options, as you've mentioned. I think the one thing we do know for sure is that the most efficient way is by pipeline, because if you can use hydrogen as in its gaseous form, then the best way, and you're close enough to your demand center, then the best way is just to send it by pipeline. It's the cheapest. When you start needing to liquefy hydrogen to transport it, there's a huge energy and efficiency cost to that, and that then often makes liquid hydrogen less competitive to even some of the established technologies. So many of the options that you've mentioned are still emerging. They're still at pilot phase, at research and development phase, but one does have solutions, and one of them is to convert the hydrogen to ammonia, because ammonia is a better hydrogen carrier than liquid hydrogen itself. On a volume basis, you can transport about twice as much ammonia or hydrogen in ammonia than you can as liquid hydrogen by sea. So and that seems to be the solution that the NEOM project has identified as being the best for their export solution. But I would say that the benefit of the ammonia option is that it can be done based on current commercially available technologies. So you've got the air separation unit to get the nitrogen from the air, which is proven, commercially available, and used in industry at the moment. And the Haber-Bosch process, which takes the hydrogen and the nitrogen and combines them, is also proven. Now there are other options as well, but that means that you don't have that technological hurdle to get over. And then all the other options, hopefully they will start to emerge, and the market will then be able to decide which is best for the application that they're choosing.
Perfect. And speaking of pipelines, maybe Christian, you mentioned a lot of the projects in Portugal are related to gas injection. But you also commented that many of the people you speak to in the hydrogen industry think you're crazy for injecting. What are some limitations you see? I know there's some theoretical blending limits of hydrogen into natural gas, obviously completely dependent on what that pipeline is constructed out of. But are there sort of developments happening in that space?
Mm-hmm. So in fact, the one thing is what pipeline infrastructure is there already, and which materials are there, and what is the age, and also not the pipeline only, but also the connecting systems, valves, etc. So this is the first analysis to be done, and obviously the responsible operators are looking into this. In a generic way, it's kind of, if at all, it's a network which is in a state to carry hydrogen. The overall belief is that up to 10% is something without too much headache. Some also say 15 or even up to 20%, which is quite a volume, because the consumption of natural gas is in Europe at least is quite high. So this is considerable volume, and looking into the hydrogen to be first generated green hydrogen gives a long leeway to prepare for further changes. But in fact, then it gets difficult, and there are different opinions. I tend to by my own kind of thinking is that, in fact, rather than upscaling further on higher percentages and making step-by-step changes here and there, probably more decentralized, local, pure hydrogen pipeline communities, let's call it, could develop. And also, if we talk obviously into the big project like Cornelius is mentioning, a pipeline which is pure hydrogen with a high flow is the best cost optimized way once it's there to transport hydrogen. But if you scale on a smaller level, it could be that some dedicated distribution networks then are developed, but it needs a lot of, what can I say, governmental planning and support, that really a region, even a small region, starts to shift from this kind of blending approach to a pure hydrogen approach, because then you need also to change at the end consumer side really what the boilers or whatever they have on their end to be compatible. So it's something which could be the path forwards to up to some level blending, and then decentralize, you add step by step pure hydrogen communities.
Yeah, let me maybe add to this one important aspect. Blending is an intermediate solution, but with blending, you're effectively destroying the value of hydrogen, because natural gas has a very low value nowadays, and it doesn't really make economic sense to filter the hydrogen out later. So it is not really, you know, where the hydrogen is used, you put it in a network, and then I think more than technically in the pipes, you have off-taker issues. There was a recent test for this in Italy. For example, gas turbines, they can only take a small percentage as of now. So this is challenges. I 100% agree that long-term pipeline, but pure pipeline is the most cost-effective solution. Frank showed this in the presentation as well. I think cost-wise and transfer capacity-wise, pipes can transfer 10 to 15 times more energy for the same price than electricity grids. So this is for sure. We looked at different transport options in the framework of the study I mentioned. The conclusion is that in the next 5 to 10 years, it will probably most widely be ammonia as a carrier. And not surprisingly, you know, the 2 gigawatt electrolyzer project in NEOM exactly earmarks ammonia as carrier. Why? Because the Haber-Bosch process is well established. Nick outlined the fact that ammonia, you just cool it down to minus 33 degrees, and then you can transport it in liquid form and much higher energy density. Compared to liquid hydrogen, you need to cool liquid hydrogen to liquefy to minus 252. You already lose 1/3. And it is also so the huge energy loss combined with the fact that we do not expect significant scale, significant market similar to LNG ships. I think LNH might be a solution for the 30s, but for sure not for the 20s. I think this is really clear. The interesting point is on liquid organic hydrogen carriers. There's different companies, different forms. It is a very interesting concept. The challenge is that typically when you reconvert, there is more energy required, and then obviously you need to ship the carrier material, the HEF. You need to ship it back. So that's it's actually a huge opportunity for any company to do research, and who invents a good possibility and an efficient possibility to transport hydrogen or green molecules, I think will be the winning one. Last point, also for ammonia, there is no industrial process at large scale proven today to reconvert ammonia back to hydrogen. But we've looked at this. It's technically not really a challenge. You need space. This is one thing. You need energy again. The cost is approximately 50% compared to Haber-Bosch when you convert hydrogen to ammonia. So that's a few things to take into consideration. And ammonia, also Frank showed this, is a functioning global world market. So you have 100 ammonia ships approximately. So you can very flexibly, sell where you want.
Absolutely. No, I think that's a great segue to sort of the last and final section here is we've talked about production at scale. We've talked about moving hydrogen around and these large volumes. But as it stands now, demand is still largely concentrated in ammonia production, as we've alluded to, as well as petrochemical refineries. So the really big question is, what's going to push hydrogen over the hump? I would say a decade ago, Japan had tried that with fuel cell vehicles. And I think we can all agree it was a flop for the time being. The rise of electric vehicles have definitely put fuel cells on the sort of back burner in terms of interest areas. Most automakers now, their strategies are purely around electrification. So will hydrogen and mobility ever happen? And if so, when will it happen? And more importantly, what part of mobility? Road transport, heavy duty transport, shipping, aviation. I think that's one of the questions that many in the industry are asking, because hydrogen is sort of this miracle molecule, to put it bluntly, given all the potential application it has. So maybe I'll start with Christian, and we can go around to kind of discuss where you think it's going to be the big push for hydrogen demand.
Yeah. Let me comment a bit on the mobility side, because it's kind of an interesting topic anyways. And besides the pure volume view, I think the public, how can I say, attention, opinion, the visibility is also something to drive the development of hydrogen. In the end, it's very important political decisions to be taken. And if the end user really sees what's happening close by, it's something which helps politicians then also to move further in more important volume-wise decisions and get the public support. Now, a wrong road, in fact, was to focus so much on the light vehicles. Actually, myself, I wanted to get a hydrogen car from Europe. I was on a waiting list for a Mercedes, and then they stopped the fourth generation of a non-edited car before I could get it. So it's kind of a disappointment. It's just not working really, and the electrical benefits, and especially the round trip efficiency on batteries, is so much better that it's just the wrong way to go. Not saying that there are applications for cars which are okay, and if you want to have it, it's fine, but it's not the one which will be the mass market in the near future. But there's really this long distance heavy duty transport, which the hydrogen solution is, to my opinion, the best. And if here the kind of framework is put the right way, if we look into lorries, we look into trains, but we even look into aviation, however, this is a special topic, there is a considerable potential with a high public attention to manage, and buses are already available and have a very, very good, how can I say, situation to using hydrogen, because they come back to the same refueling stations, HRS, hydrogen refueling station. So also the initial investment is not as high, etc. On the aviation side, maybe also a quick comment to that. The ways on carrying hydrogen by itself, it's a bit difficult. We know that the weight topic is essential, but there the synthetic fuel topic is something to really look into more detail, because we know that aviation is something also, again, with high public attention, where we know that the damage is really high, and at least doing the step through at least a carbon neutral fuel, which is then burnt, is also a great opportunity to my point of view.
Maybe if I can add to that, I think that when talking about the potential markets, mass markets for hydrogen, I think one needs to consider the context. Particularly with green hydrogen, we tend to look with blinkers on at what are the opportunities for green hydrogen. And I think that was probably where Japan went wrong, is that they were focused on hydrogen can work in passenger vehicles, we've got the fuel cell. But you need to compare it against the competitors that are available. And really, that's why hydrogen fuel cells, small passenger vehicles fell down compared to EVs. because of the round trip efficiency, which Christian mentioned. It's if you're producing hydrogen from renewable electricity and then using it in a vehicle, it's a lot more efficient to just use the renewable electricity directly, and we realize that. There's this trade-off here between energy density for the distance that you want to travel and the amount of power that you need for your engine, as well as the refueling time, and EVs are working in the right direction there. So I think that we can leave EVs aside. The best fuel for high density fuel is oil and petroleum products. That's why we've been using them for the last 120 years. So when the frameworks and the policies are in place to force users to go towards more carbon friendly fuels for their applications, then you need to look at the industries where there are no clear alternatives to hydrogen. And so that then starts pointing you towards heavy industry, where particularly steel, cement, chemicals, where they are difficult to decarbonize as it is. It also points you towards really concentrated transport solutions. So shipping, for example, you need, because of the long distances involved, you need to have you've got the opportunity to have quite a large volume of storage, and it doesn't really matter how long it takes to recharge at the different ports within reason. And then the other one is aviation, just as Christian mentioned, because there are very few alternatives. When you look at the availability of advanced biofuels, I think most studies these days identify that there is only a small opportunity to do that sustainably for the aviation industry in the long term. So I would say hard to decarbonize industry, shipping, and aviation are probably the industries that are going to be the main ones to drive mass uptake.
Excellent. Cornelius, you get the final word here before we get to Q&A.
Oh, that's an honor. Well, I would agree on heavy transport, shipping, these kind of things, and maybe let me elaborate a little bit more on the low-hanging fruits, which is indeed industries and hard-to-abate sectors. So particularly chemicals and steel. So let me give you an example on the size, on the sheer amount, which is huge, required to decarbonize Europe's largest steel plant. We are talking about an equivalent of hydrogen of 15 million fuel cell cars on the road, should the entire process be with hydrogen and renewable energy. So what you do is you substitute coking coal with hydrogen to reduce the iron ore pellets. So these are huge amounts, and this is only Europe's largest steel plant. So this, and it cannot obviously be decarbonized in another way. So this is, I think, one important field, and not surprisingly, the steel industry is led by ThyssenKrupp, but also others like voestalpine, like Salzgitter, you're all going down this path. And also with the pressure of the EU now to, Green Deal, to decarbonize completely. By 2050, you need to deliver by 2030. And I think all of this obviously is a question of survival for the steel industry in Europe. And I think for this reason, simply they will embrace the opportunities and adapt also to save, the jobs and the presence in Europe. Secondly, actually the largest user of hydrogen is refineries. If you look globally, so refineries could well green the hydrogen and substitute the gray one they're using. That's obviously a bit of a cost challenge, but this is a huge opportunity as well. More importantly, maybe the fertilizer market, which is the second user globally after refineries. And we expect a big trend on green fertilizer over the next few years. And in this respect, let me maybe give you Morocco as an example. Morocco has the world's largest phosphate reserves. OCP is Morocco's largest energy consumer, and they're importing approximately 2 million tons ammonia a year. almost $500 million equivalent. So Morocco has wonderful wind resources, solar resources. They could well green this huge import for ammonia, produce green ammonia locally with wind and solar. They could generate even revenues should they one day export green ammonia. So I think this is a low-hanging fruit. These kind of examples show you, I think, what is possible. And I think this will be the driver for the first wave now to develop large green hydrogen, green ammonia projects and contribute step by step to develop a world market for green molecules.
Absolutely. Thank you so much to all three of you. I think we've covered a wide range of topics today. Christian brought up an interesting point about end user sort of education. I did my graduate work with the US Department of Energy on alternative fuels, and despite all the technology advancements, it all just came down to PR and marketing and getting customers to understand that these things work. So we have a few minutes left, so I'll kind of go through the Q&A. I don't think we'll get to all of them, but please, again, continue to submit them. We did have one come through on YouTube specifically for Christian's presentation. The question from Gunther was that you discussed about the complexity of solving a multi-dimensional optimization problem. How did you approach that? Do you develop a software solution for that? And I leave you to interpret that as is.
Yeah, it reminded me a bit my earlier studies when I was doing math and physics, and I with my colleagues obviously realized that going on sensitivity analysis on several parameters was already a good start. However, the parameters we're looking at are really a wide range, and maybe also the knowledge, general knowledge right now for specific cases, what is the right approach is not yet there, because on the scale there is not such experience in the market yet. So in fact, we didn't do a software by itself, which actually would be a nice thing, and we might think into it, but really worked on a very complex Excel-based model so far, which has a lot of parameters. We can look into it, and some of these parameters again are optimized working together with some of our partners. We're working together, which on these parameters they have in fact software to work on. Even let's say the electrolyzer manufacturers themselves, some of them really have optimized, and though these part of the game is then really also done with specific software to optimize the ideal operation point. But there are more parameters in the total view of a project, which then we add to it.
Thank you. And then I open this one to any of our panelists. One of our questions was around whether or not the combination of solar, wind, and grid to make hydrogen would make more economic sense and for the efficiencies to work. I'll even throw in my own curiosity. What are your thoughts on nuclear to hydrogen as well?
Well, I start quickly. Obviously, solar and wind has already, depending on the site. I mean, we learned and we know that there are sites where the wind just is perfect and it's blowing all the time. There you even don't need solar. For solar, for sure, there is a night coming on Earth, or it's on the pole where it's not really helpful too much. There, combining is a big asset if it's viable. However, we would limit ourselves too much if we would just look into these options. We really thought about how well does it work to have just solar on a big scale, even with low loading factors. And if the solar really is optimized and good, you can already have something interesting. And on top, if you have grid possibilities to leverage, it gets even better. So I wouldn't say there is no solar generation without wind, or only solar doesn't make sense. We think it makes sense, but it needs really to be optimized.
Nick, Cornelius, anything to add to that one?
Yeah, so I would add that when you talk about solar, you also need to throw storage into the mix as well. That's a big consideration. So I really found Christian's three-dimensional curve interesting to see how the combination of wind versus solar as a proportion of electrolyzer capacity, but you can add a fourth dimension there as well as storage as well. What we've seen work potentially quite well, particularly in places like Morocco, is that you can also combine concentrated or solar thermal with solar photovoltaic. So because of the energy density that you can get with the storage of your molten salt or whatever your working medium is, so that means then that you can use your solar PV to feed the electrolyzers during the day, and then use the concentrated solar to store up thermal storage during the day, and then you can use that through the night to keep your electrolyzer plant going. And the costs obviously there become a consideration. I think one thing that one realizes when you're looking at production at scale, so when you're looking at gigawatt scale production like they're proposing in Saudi Arabia, batteries then become the benefit of batteries becomes less because you comparatively not able to store much of the electricity that you need. So storage is another thing. Obviously, the costs of all these technologies are generally coming down on a monthly, if not annual basis. So the numbers are constantly changing. The resources are unique for each site, so that needs to be taken into account, whether it's solar, wind, and also just a quick point on the nuclear option. I think, again, it comes down to price, and nuclear is fantastic with electrolysis because it's base load. There's no ups, there's no downs. You just, you can just keep going. But the generation of nuclear that tends to be installed at the moment, particularly in Europe, would just be too expensive to compete with the renewable opportunities, really. When you're looking at aging nuclear plants that potentially aren't competitive on the grid, then maybe for end of life there might be some business case there, but I haven't done much thinking or analysis into that.
Yeah, well, I think it's important maybe to add to have a good feel on the sensitivity. So what we did with DII, Desert Energy, and the MENA Hydrogen Alliance, we developed quite a sophisticated model to calculate the levelized cost of hydrogen. And then you have all the different parameters, and then you can see how it balances out on the water aspect as well. The storage aspect. It is also, by the way, quite different to just an LCOE on renewable energy because it's longer term. Because with for example, electrolyzers, you might be able to just replace according to full order the stacks every 10 years, and then you extend the lifetime easily to 40 years, which is more comparable, to conventional power or infrastructure assets. So I think this is important. Speaking about storage, also NEOM as an example, this is obviously a chain, and in addition to electrolysis by solar and wind to produce green hydrogen, we have Haber-Bosch. And Haber-Bosch is obviously not so easy just to be stopped. So there needs to be a continuous kind of feed. And, the whole chain, the whole process becomes quite complex. And one important thing could be large-scale underground storage. This is also a thing for, future hydrogen infrastructure in Europe. You would typically do this in salt caverns, so you need specific geological formations. This is, by the way, not only for project, but this is from an energy system point of view, very interesting for seasonality. For Europe, in winter, you need more for heating, so you could store more hydrogen in summer. Actually, for the MENA region, it's the opposite. You have a huge energy requirement in summer due to air conditioning, up to 70% of load. So, hydrogen storage, large-scale underground, could well play an important systemic role for the energy system.
Perfect. Well, thank you all three very much. Thank you to Smart Energy and Green Power Global for hosting the event. It is now lunch break. And it's 1:15. But please make sure to return at 1:45 for a case study and Q&A session on hydrogen solar microgrids with the co-founder of Enapter, Vatia Cowan. But again, big thank you to our three panelists, and hope you all have a nice rest of the day. Nadim, over to you.
Yeah, no, just to reiterate, yeah, many thanks to all the panelists. That was a great panel, lots of interest, lots of good questions and thoughts there shared. So thank you for all spending your time. And as Yuan just said, we're back at 1:45 with Vatia Cowan from Enapter to look maybe at the decentralized. I have seen some questions around more of the decentralized approach, so that should be interesting. So enjoy your lunch, many thanks, and see you at 1:45.
Super.
Ciao.
Thanks to everybody.
Thank
Bye.
you.
All right.
Hello, and welcome everyone. Time to have some lunch. Not a huge amount of time, but very pleased to be able to introduce the next session. We're going to be joined now by Vaitaya Cowan and her colleague Tanai Potisat, who are both from Enapta. So Vaitaya has been at Enapta pretty much since the founding, since she was involved in founding it, and has an interesting founder's story. And was recently interviewed on the World Hydrogen Leaders platform in the mastermind session. So there's an interesting interview with her there, which you can watch at your leisure. We're just gonna welcome her on the screen in a minute, and it will be good to give a presentation. So Enapta are an electrolysis company, and they have an AEM platform, and she'll be giving a presentation around putting the eco into the economics of the solar microgrids. So there were a few questions earlier I saw around the decentralized approach. So she will be talking in that area. Are you there, Vaitaya? Hello.
Hello. Hi,
Hi.
Nadim. Thank you
How
for
are you
having
doing?
me. Good.
Thank you for coming. Good to see you.
Absolutely. No, it's a pleasure. And I'm really delighted to be here and to present more about the AEM electrolyzer. So thank you for having us.
No problem. Yeah, if you want to go to share screen, it's just at the bottom. And then connect your PowerPoint. Yeah. Okay. So I think I've introduced you, so you're good to go.
Wonderful.
And then if anyone has any questions, as before, please put them into the Q&A. For those of you watching via YouTube, if you ask your questions at that chat function, we're also monitoring that, and so we'll transfer them over to this Q&A. So with that, Vaitaya, the floor is yours. Many thanks.
Wonderful. No, thank you, Nadim, and thank you to your team for having us today. I'm just doing one more technical trick, let's say, so that my colleague who is joining us can also share share the PowerPoint as well. So if you so as you can see now, Tanai is here. Tanai is our business analyst.
Hello, everyone.
Super, Tanai. Okay, I think it should work. So hopefully it works. Worst case, I just do it as well from my end. But great to have you here as well, Tanai. We've been both working quite hard on really going deeper into the economics of hydrogen microgrids. Very often we've heard that it's too expensive, it's not ready. Diesel is the one solution to go with if we want long-term or seasonal storage. So this is why we're here today to share a vision and also to share more about a product, the anion exchange membrane electrolyzer, that can bring us closer to a green future, let's say. So most places that are beautiful are also remote, and this will require communities to import their resources, and that includes their energy. However, 30% of future electrification efforts will be provided by microgrids. And in the last decade, the cost of renewables have been dropping. And this has been completely transforming the microgrid landscape. They've been reducing and even eliminating the need for costly fossil fuels. And a viable long-term solution for clean energy storage is hydrogen. And green hydrogen cost today is no longer an argument, and this is what we're here to present to you today. Enapter is a young company with production in Italy and offices in Germany, Russia, and Thailand. Our focus is on making electrolyzers a product and ultimately a commodity. We don't make PEM nor alkaline electrolyzers, but AEM electrolyzers. And we believe this is the technology which will fast track green hydrogen scaling. Nothing has seen more rapid cost reduction in economic history than mass-produced commodities. We will mass-produce electrolyzers. Our unique approach can be well understood by comparing the electrolyzer industry today and the IT industry in the 1980s. Today, manufacturers of large-scale electrolyzers are developing this as a project which requires sophisticated engineering and planning. And they're developed in the same way as the early IT industry's mainframe. So what we're doing at Enapter is mimicking the introduction of the PC, a standardized, modular, and scalable system. If this is what solar did to electricity, you can see what modular hydrogen generators could do to oil and gas. In our vision, electrolyzers are a modular product that can be mass-produced. This will ultimately drive down the cost of the individual modules massively. So Enapter is poised to disrupt the storage and the fuel markets. This is our one and only electrolyzer today, the anion exchange membrane technology. In principle, the AEM is like the PEM, but it doesn't let protons through. It's letting anions through. It also uses different materials, no gold or platinum here. And so what we're getting is the best of the both worlds, right? The best of the alkaline, the best of the PEM, and the result is high efficiency, long lifetime, and cost effectiveness. Today, it is about the size of a microwave, and they can be easily stacked to achieve the desired hydrogen output. And there's no technical limit to stacking our systems. We believe stacking electrolyzers out of many different individual modules has advantages in terms of resiliency, ramping capabilities, and much more. Another factor we believe is important to help scale green hydrogen is ease of integration. So we developed the energy management system, which enables remote monitoring and control. Today, our electrolyzers and our EMS are running in over 30 countries across all sectors: heat, mobility, industry, and power. So if we go through our solar plus hydrogen use cases quickly, when we talk about decarbonization, we need to think about the hard to electrify sectors. Hydrogen can be injected into the natural gas infrastructure and then combusted directly into innovative boilers like they do here in the Netherlands to provide district heating. In the mobility sector, on-site production of hydrogen enables zero-emission mobility for drones, cars, and also planes. As you can see here, the cost of hydrogen for planes is a lot cheaper, as you can have on-site production at airports through electrolysis, which is why Zero Avia is currently working on with Enapter. In the industrial sector, partners are also choosing our technology for their cost effectiveness and their flexibility. For example, in nitrogen purification here, as we see in Portugal, but also for ammonia production, the glass industry, the food, and many more. In the power to gas sector, our Australian partners are using our AEM technology paired with solar energy, as well as with carbon capture technology, carbon capture storage. And they mix the hydrogen with the CO2 together to make green methane. Finally, in the power sector, our electrolyzers are used for homes. Here we have the Fisue house in Thailand, which is the world's first solar hydrogen multi-house project. And it's not just a residential application. This is a microgrid too. This community in l'île de la Réunion, Mafat, is one example of microgrid that we wanted to share with you today. It is inaccessible by car. You can either get there with a helicopter or by foot. And so here, the solar panels satisfy daily demand. And when there is excess solar, it is put into recharging the lithium-ion batteries, which hold up to 5 days of electricity. When the batteries are full, the excess solar energy will power our electrolyzers. When there is no sun, either the fuel cells will be using the hydrogen created from the electrolyzers, or the hydrogen will be used to recharge the batteries. The hydrogen here is adding another 10 days of autonomy. So this microgrid here has over 15 days of autonomy. Mafat is a proof of a zero carbon decentralized system that is resilient to shock. So the benefits of hydrogen microgrids are undeniable, but it is the financial side that has left many unconvinced. And I'll let my colleague Tanai take it over into the economic study of the microgrid on Kochik.
Thank you, Mattia. So hi, hello everyone. My name is Tanai. I'm the business analyst at Enactor. Should I share my screen again, Mattia?
Yeah, go for it. If you want to request control, or I can share mine. I'm still on the
okay,
right.
I can.
You got it. Awesome.
Yeah, got it. I hope this is okay for everyone.
Yeah. We're getting a little sneak preview.
Yeah. Okay, so as Mattia has given a great intro on Enactor and what we do with AEM electrolyzers, here I want to deep dive a bit into the economics of microgrids and how hydrogen can replace diesel, specifically diesel in such cases. So here we decided to go with giving you a real life example of a microgrid that is currently running on PV battery diesel. And this is an off-grid island in Thailand. For those of you who have been to Thailand, you know that there are a lot of islands in Thailand. And these islands, some are powered by the grid, but a lot of them are still running on a microgrid, mostly diesel. So especially in this case, we have a microgrid that is running on PV battery and diesel, and it has been running like this for the past 15 years. So in this project, we're working with the microgrid developer or the operator here on the island, which is the community of Kochik, to look at how hydrogen can replace their diesel consumption. So just for a bit of background on the island, currently they have 90 kilowatts of PV. So this is already an upgraded system for the microgrid. They have 90 kilowatts of peak of PV, 250 kilowatt hours of battery capacity, 35 kilowatt of diesel. So this is where hydrogen becomes interesting, where the microgrid, even though you can see that it has a huge share of PV, a huge battery compared to the low profile of the consumption of this island, which you will see in the next slide, it still has a backup diesel generator. So coming into the more technical side of the presentation, and also something that I think is a good background to give to all participants here to understand the size and scale of what we're talking about, is the island has a low profile, which looks like this over a 24-hour time frame. You have a peak of around 20 kilowatts. So this is a relatively small microgrid, or you could say it's the smallest size community you can find with 300 people, around 100 households. So you can see that the peaks are around 20 kilowatts and the base load is around 10 kilowatt peak. So in a diesel mini grid or diesel microgrid, all this electricity or energy demand will be supplied with your diesel genset. So you would have a diesel running for the 24 hours and consuming all the diesel. So that is not a picture we see in Gotchik right now, because Gotchik has their own renewable energy supply, they have their own PV and their own battery. So this is what you would see as the operating profile on Gotchik right now. So you can see that from midnight, the turquoise shaded areas are your energy being supplied by the battery. And then at 5 a.m. in the morning, the diesel generator kicks in on days where you have low state of charge in your battery and your battery is not enough. So your backup diesel generator kicks in to supply this shortage of supply from your battery. And then once your PV comes in at around 7 a.m. or 8 a.m. in Thailand, then the demand is directly supplied by your PV. So as you can see, you have around 90 kilowatts of PV. There's a lot of PV being excess or being charged into the battery. But still, at around 3 p.m. to 4 p.m. every day, you still have a bit of excess where your battery is full, your demand is being supplied by the direct PV. The excess electricity has nowhere to go. So that is what we call excess PV. And this is where you want to capture this excess as much as possible, because this is essentially free electricity that it goes unused if not captured. And currently, this excess amounts to 30% of the total yield of your PV, which you can expect. And this is especially a case for Thailand, where you have high irradiance. But in other microgrids around the world, we also see that as PV is getting cheaper and cheaper, microgrids put more and more PV into the system, your renewable energy share goes up. So in this case, this island has around 85% share of renewables. So that is considered a high share. With high shares of renewables and an off-grid microgrid where the electricity has nowhere to go, there's a lot of excess naturally. And that amounts to 30% in this island. So we want to capture that 30% of excess with hydrogen. And this is your profile on what it will look like once you install your hydrogen. And this is what, in this project, this is what we plan to do. So your excess PV goes to running the electrolyzer. So you can see that this light blue area is the day or the hours where you run your electrolyzers in the daytime to capture this excess PV, which instead of happening 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. every day, we instead shift that demand and put it into hydrogen, producing hydrogen during the daytime. And on days with low irradiance or when your battery is not enough, then you can run your fuel cell during the morning hours. So from, in this case, 3 a.m. to 7 a.m. in the morning, your PV kicks in. So in this case, we also get a lot of questions asking, so how do you actually run your fuel cell? How do you size your fuel cell? So in this case, you can see that the fuel cell is not running consistently or at the maximum peak. So this is because instead of sizing the fuel cell as large as the diesel genset to cover this demand in the morning peaks of 20 kilowatt, instead of having to install a 20 kilowatt fuel cell, we could install a 7.5 kilowatt fuel cell in this case and run it for longer hours to supply the energy that is required. So this is all to do with optimizing your supply. And this is why we use our EMS, our energy management system, to predict and control these components in the way we want to really optimize your renewable energy supply. So what does the economics look like, right? This is where we look into the levelized cost of electricity. And instead of just showing you the final price of electricity that is coming out of the hydrogen storage, we decided to show you the whole supply or supply chain comparison between the diesel and hydrogen. So on top, you can see that for your diesel, you have your upstream. So that is your exploration, production, refining, and all the logistic that is associated with that. Then comes your gas station. So that is the price of diesel that you could buy from the gas station. But once you factor in all the prices over the period of 20-year project lifetime, we looked at what does that fuel cost translate into a dollar per kilowatt hour basis. So that is a levelized cost, or the share in the levelized cost of electricity that contributes from the fuel cost at your gas station. So 0.25 or 25 US cents per kilowatt hour. Then you have your fuel logistics from the gas station to the island, and that amounts to another 6 cents. You have your genset capex, you have the maintenance, and then comes the total, which is your electricity levelized cost coming from the diesel genset, amounts to 62 US cents per kilowatt hour for this island. Now, if you compare that to a hydrogen storage, what do you actually have in your hydrogen storage is your green electricity, your electrolyzers, your hydrogen components, which can be dryers, water purification systems, you have your storage, you have your fuel cell, and you have your maintenance. So in this supply chain, you can see that the total cost becomes 61 US cents per kilowatt hour. That is on par, or actually slightly less than your diesel levelized cost of electricity. And if you compare on the fuel cost, so you can see the fuel cost of diesel is 31 cents. The hydrogen is actually at 45. And that is mainly because of the electrolyzer. And this is where at Enapter, we are using current price point, and this is what you can expect to get at this current day, not in the future. So this is where we think that there's a lot of room for improvement. We expect to make our electrolyzers cheaper in the future, and we can drive down that cost, that capex cost of the electrolyzer, which essentially drives down the levelized cost of electricity for hydrogen storage in the future. Now, an additional benefit of having a modular electrolyzer, as Vaitia has mentioned, that our Enapter electrolyzers are modular. What does that mean is instead of having one large electrolyzers, we have a modular approach where you can ramp up and down your electrolyzers according to your energy supply. So in this case, if you have PV, that can be your yield curve for a day. And if there's a small cloud coming over at around noon, your modular approach, or our modular approach, can react to that cloud coming in and adjust accordingly to the supply very fast. So that is why we can see that with a modular approach, we can just slightly ramp down or shut down one of the units instead of shutting all the system down, and have more hydrogen production under the same supply. So this is just the final slide here where we say that we at Enapter, we are sure that we can drive down the cost, or we're working to drive down the cost of the capex. And we see that for the future, we not only have improvements in terms of capital or capex, reductions in capex, but also improved efficiency and improved in lifetime, which all contributes to a reduction of the overall LCE of hydrogen storage. And with that, I'll close the presentation and open for any questions that the floor may have.
Thank you, Tanai and Vidya. Yeah, I have a few questions, and yeah, encourage other people to submit their questions in Q&A or in the YouTube chat function. I guess the obvious question is, with the complexity of that solution, why would someone not just invest more in batteries? And assume you've done a sort of cost comparison of scaling up the batteries as opposed to using an electrolyzer to soak up that excess PV capacity.
Yep, thanks for the question. I think that is a very important question, which we always get, and I have actually some backup slides for this. So if you compare your battery energy storage to a hydrogen energy storage, you can see this kind of loop, where the charging is done by, in a battery, it's done by a rectifier, charge controller. You have your storage, which is actually the battery modules or the battery cells, and you have the discharging being done DC to AC with an inverter. With a hydrogen, that's done by electrolyzer for charging. Your storage is your tanks, and the discharging is done through a fuel cell and an inverter. So in this loop, you can see that the main cost component in a battery is actually the battery modules. The charge controller relatively cheap, inverter relatively cheap, but the storage side is actually expensive. So the batteries are expensive relatively in your batteries, ESS. But in your hydrogen, the major costs are in the electrolyzer and the fuel cell, and the tanks are relatively cheap to store your kilowatt hours. So this is why hydrogen in your microgrid setup, or in the microgrid setup that I've presented, is used not for like the main daily cycling storage that can be done by your battery, but it's more for the long-term, the seasonal storage. So capturing your excess in summer and storing it through the months, we're talking about 3 months, 4 months, without losing the amount of energy that you're storing, and discharging it. In Thailand, it's the rainy seasons that we want to discharge from hydrogen. So that is where you see that lithium or any kind of battery ESS works together with hydrogen in that daily versus long-term storage.
Yeah, that makes sense, especially, I mean, yeah, there's added benefits clearly to having a more resilient system, which can obviously cope with the cloudy, rainy seasons. And clearly, obviously, Thailand benefits from fairly consistent sunshine, but I'm sure there are many islands further north that could benefit from the system as well. And likewise, I'm assuming that the system would also be very beneficial for providing heat and electricity. So have you done any modeling around microgrids that do both?
So actually at Enapter right now, our electrolyzers are air cooled. So we're not currently recycling that waste heat. But our next version of the electrolyzers will be liquid cooled or water cooled. So there you will have your heat, your excess heat being used. And until then, we'll be modeling microgrids with heat. So at the moment, we haven't been looking into using the excess heat.
Yeah, it was more, my question was the as opposed to using hydrogen just for the fuel cell to create electricity, you could obviously use hydrogen to create heat by burning it, so by heating housing. So I'm not sure if there's efficiencies there.
There is definitely added efficiency with actually doing both, right? So both the fuel cell also has excess heat, so what we're calculating here is just electrical efficiency. So the energy efficiency with using the excess heat will be actually higher. So improved LCOE or a lower cost of electricity is expected if you include all the energy efficiency that you may gain with the heat. Definitely. But we haven't really looked into the exact figures on that yet.
Understood. And in terms of the, I guess, the AEM route, the advantage of the system is cost of the electrolyzer, because it's cheaper than PEM in terms of components.
Yeah, absolutely. Not only just the
yeah.
Well, you were going to follow up with something else.
No, is there a rough understanding of what that cost differential is? You know, is there a sort of, it's 20% less, it's 50% less, or it obviously depends on but on a like for like system.
I mean, I think what we've been looking at is also the efficiency, the comparison of the efficiency of the PEM and the alkaline and the AEM. I mean, if we compare ourselves to, for example, like Japan's goal in terms of electrolyzer efficiency, we're reaching it 10 years ahead. So that's what we can say in terms of the AEM's performance. And then in terms of the cost, absolutely. We're not using any noble metals. We're using no harmful materials either. So we have a 360 degrees understanding of how to make our electrolyzers, and no one can really like slow us down. Having this full understanding enables us to scale effectively and go from zero fabrication to mass production.
We've seen a number of questions, I guess, around decentralized energy. So specifically, obviously, clearly for islands, there is no option because they're clearly decentralized, and a number of sort of questions around sort of the diesel genset replacement market. In order to effectively tackle that market, do you not need to have a much stronger, I guess, business case, because there are obviously a number of diesel gensets in operation? And how do you going after that market if you're currently on parity?
So to answer that question, we see that, for example, the Mafat island that Baitia was talking about, you can see that the access to these islands are really remote. So the only way to access is by helicopter, and bringing in the amount of diesel needed is very hard. So compared to what we are calculating right now for Gojek Island, which is only around not even a kilometer off the shore of Thailand. So access is very easy for Gojek. The logistic cost on Gojek is relatively small. But for islands which are really remote, right? You have all the islands in the Pacific as well, which the access is very hard, and the logistics cost is one thing. The energy reliability and security is another thing, where if you can produce everything on site or on the island, then you have much added reliability compared to having to rely on the diesel supply that may or may not come depending on the weather and all that complications that comes with diesel. So currently that is the case that we see. We also see very similar use case to a microgrid, which is a telecommunication towers, where some of the towers are really remote and hard to access, and bringing diesel there becomes almost impossible in some cases. So that is the current market of the business case right now. But with improved capex or reduced capex, the business case becomes much stronger, where you have the more differentials between diesel and hydrogen.
I'm not sure if you're probably allowed to say, but I guess one of the early adopter markets has often obviously been the military, you know, be it you know, a whole variety of different technologies. And given, I think the American bases in Afghanistan were you know, losing 10 to 20% of their soldiers in fuel supply, has there been interest from sort of the military sector in this kind of unique off-grid system, I guess, or approach?
So we have partners in France called Poedion, and they have got a project from the Defense Ministry in France to bring to replace diesel and to use hydrogen on-site production with our electrolyzers in Glorioso Islands.
Right. Okay. Yeah. No, it's interesting. Excellent. So I don't know if we have any other questions from our audience. Everyone. No, I don't think we do. One more. Would this price comparison apply to a larger scale installation? Yeah, in terms of, I guess, you mentioned modular and the scalability of the system. So I'm assuming that, yeah, the prices and costs scale.
Yep, we can definitely answer that. That the current prices, I can show you. There's also another backup slide on actually all the assumptions that we use that goes into the calculations. And this is also on the article that we publish online. So this is very public information that we do. And you can see that the electrolyzer cost right now, 9,000. So that is 9,700 USD, but essentially that translates to 9,000 euros per module. And that is our retail price for just one electrolyzer. So definitely with added scale, that price can go down. So if you talk about a larger scale coming to the 50 kilowatts, 100 kilowatt systems, or even 500 kilowatt systems or up, there's definitely cost reductions in the scale to be added there.
Sorry, what is the capacity of that electrolyzer then?
So the input energy required is 2.4 kilowatts.
Right. Okay. 2.4 kilowatts.
Yeah. So as you can imagine, these are small modules.
Mm-hmm. And for water purification, obviously you need fairly pure water. You always, I mean, obviously I don't know the islands, but yeah, typically there is springs on islands that are fairly pure. In terms of the level of purification required for an electrolysis system, are you able to take ground source water from a fairly refined mountain source, or are you always going to have those water purification costs in a remote system?
Right. So on the purification system, the specification of our electrolyzer requires under 20 microsiemens per centimeters. So that is comparatively to other electrolyzers, a very there's a lot of margin for the water purity, in the sense that we actually don't require as pure water as the others, and that can be verified from our technical specification sheets. And we would only require like a reverse osmosis system. So basically, you can put in groundwater or the tap water or the water that is existing on the island through our RO system, or any water purification system that gives out the under 20 microsiemens per centimeters of conductivity, and that would be already applicable to put into our electrolyzers.
The capacity for that water purification system, is there excess capacity that could provide co-benefits for an island, clearly drinking water?
So the water purification system can supply up to 30 electrolyzers. So there we're only putting 6. So it means that if needed, then this purification system can be used also for drinking water or other purposes as needed.
And the issue, I guess, of purification of water and the electrolyzer is around the well, the efficiency of the electrolyzer, but also from an OPEX standpoint, so that there isn't a buildup of and around OPEX. Can you shed some light about what are the O&M costs? I see there's a cost of sort of $3 per operator hour. Is there just a simple cleaning process? What is some of the OPEX costs for electrolyzers?
Right. So the $3 per operating hours was actually the diesel operating.
Oh, sorry,
cost. Yeah, but for the electrolyzer, the only routine maintenance that we expect the operators of the electrolyzer to do is to replace the KOH, so the electrolyte inside the stacks, every year. So that is the only routine requirement that is required, and we use 1% of KOH in water, in 99% of water. So KOH is effectively easily found in pretty much all kind of lab stores or in any chemical stores, and that effectively can be done by a local operator that is trained.
Okay, excellent. I guess one final question. You mentioned, I think, man hours. Was it the reliability of the system? Was there 30,000 hours? Was that in one of Mataya's slides?
Yes.
Yeah. So that is the life cycle of the systems. That 30,000 hours. Is that correct? Or
Yeah, at least 30,000 hours.
right. Okay. Which is what, about 3 to 4 years? Is that correct? Or well, it depends on how often you're running them.
Yes, that would be around 3 to 4 years if you're running them 24 hours. But as you can see, in such an island where you're only running on excess PV, that would come down to only 6 hours a day. So with 6 hours a day, you're pretty much running for 10 years on the 30,000 hours.
Gotcha. Yeah, and there is another question actually, which is about the round trip efficiency of the system from electricity to hydrogen back to electricity. Any comments on that?
Yeah, so we transparently say that our electrolyzers efficiency is 68% on the lower heating value of hydrogen. And then it's depending on the fuel cell that you choose. Then that's electrical efficiency. Or depending on the fuel cell you choose, it depends on the electrical efficiency. And if you also use the excess heat, then the efficiency goes up. So I would say, yeah, 68% times whatever efficiency fuel cell you use.
Okay, excellent. Okay, many thanks. I think there's a lot more. You can see the opportunity, particularly if you start to think about the co-benefits, be it water purification or actually be it, the production of hydrogen from maritime on an island, for example, and also combining not only electricity but the opportunity for mobility. And so yeah, I can see a whole host of developments arising from this sort of system, which we're probably only going to begin to tap. So many thanks for sharing those and very interesting numbers. I appreciate the frankness, and I'm sure lots of people will be looking at that in detail. So many thanks, Vataya, many thanks, Tanai, for a very interesting presentation, and look forward to catching up with you guys soon.
Thank you for having us, Nadim.
Cheers, take care.
Bye.
Bye-bye. We will be moving shortly to Richard Howard, who's a research director at Aurora Research, and I think he's actually just joining me now. So Richard is going to be talking in about 5 minutes or 2 minutes, actually. Let's have a look. Just checking my microphone. Should be on. Yeah, I'm not sure if you can hear me properly.
I can hear you, Nadim. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
You see me?
I can
Great.
hear you, yeah.
Hi.
Yeah, I just saw a note. Hi there. So yeah, Richard, you're going to be talking a little bit. I mean, we saw your report recently. It was very interesting. So I guess building off the back of the work you did there, you're going to be sharing with us some of your research on hydrogen market developments in Europe and the opportunities, specifically, I guess, for solar developers and utilities. So could you just give us a little bit of background to Aurora Energy, sorry, in terms of where you guys came from? I can't remember if you were the spin-off from Oxford University or Cambridge. Always get it wrong.
Yeah, absolutely. And in fact, if I bring up my, I have slides which I could present.
Sure.
I think if I do that, it may turn yours.
Explain all of it.
It may turn yours off, but let's go for that now.
Yeah, that's fine.
Great. So yeah, thanks for the introduction. So I'm going to talk about hydrogen market development in Europe. I'm going to focus on GB, but also look to a certain extent with some case studies at Germany and the Netherlands as well. And just to start to introduce then and say a little bit about myself and also Aurora. So Aurora may be known to you already, in case it's not. We're one of the leading energy market intelligence and analytics, modeling, forecasting, research companies. We have a strong presence across Europe with offices in Oxford and Berlin. We also have a presence in Australia. We have about 120 experts who advise public and private sectors essentially on energy markets, with a particular specialism in the power, sector, but also considering global energy markets and increasingly doing work on hydrogen as well. We have about 250 companies that subscribe to ourselves, to our services, which includes everything from major utilities down to smaller developers, banks, governments, regulators, and supply chain and everything in between. And our model is both providing subscription-based research and also supporting transactions, of which we supported around 75 transactions across the energy value chain in 2019. As you said, Nadim, we weren't exactly a spin out from Oxford University, but we were founded by a number of professors from Oxford University in 2013. So we've grown really quickly as a company and now expanding to offer more and more services in more places. So on the power side, we offer services sort of describing power market futures, so providing outlooks on power across all of the countries shown, and that our services have been expanding pretty rapidly. I'll tell you later about the further research we're planning to do on the hydrogen side as well. And just a little bit about myself. I'm an economist by training. I've been working in energy for how long? 10 or 12 years now, as well as economics consulting before that. And I've been at Aurora for about 3 years. So I lead our research team, which produces all of our subscription-based research. What I'll talk to you about today is hydrogen market development across Europe. As Nadim said, we've recently published a report called Hydrogen for a Net Zero GB, which focused on, as it says, hydrogen market development in GB. We've got a sister study to that, which is looking at Germany, Netherlands, and Belgium, which will be published. In both cases, there's a public report of those, which we make available, which is a distillation of a much longer report that was available to the participants. And if anyone's interested in accessing the full report, then you can get in touch with me and we can, it's for a fee that is available for people to look at. So let's start by thinking about the context for hydrogen in Europe. I won't dwell on this slide very long at all, but in thinking about hydrogen market development, it's important to think about hydrogen as an energy carrier across the whole energy system. And in the work that we've done, we've thought about hydrogen production from many different sources, blue and green. We've thought about the infrastructure and storage, transmission as well in the middle, and we've thought a lot about the end users of hydrogen in heating, in transport, in industrial applications, and within the power sector itself. There's a growing sort of policy dimension to this, which has actually gathered pace incredibly quickly. One thing that's pretty interesting for me is we tried to launch our study on hydrogen back in 2018 and really struggled to get any traction with clients. When we started again last summer, 2019, GB had just legislated for net zero, and hydrogen suddenly became of interest to a large number of people. And then when we started talking to people in Germany and Netherlands, they quickly gathered pace, and we gathered together about 40 companies who have funded and participated in this work. I think a big driver of that was the policy move by multiple governments at the same time towards hydrogen. So we see a Dutch strategy for hydrogen, we see a German strategy, we have the European strategy, which recently came out. The UK is absent of having a strategy for hydrogen as yet. It's not set out, it's still fully, but recently formed a UK Hydrogen Advisory Council. I was on a call with the Minister for Energy, Kwasi Kwarteng, pretty recently. I'm part of the Net Zero Task Force for Transportation, and he talked a lot about hydrogen. And in general, you hear the UK government talking a lot about hydrogen, but not having set out its stall as yet for exactly what that will look like. But my expectation is we would see something on hydrogen policy as part of the anticipated energy white paper, which is now somewhat overdue. Notably, sort of within the European strategy, so this is actually a pretty ambitious strategy, I think, for developing hydrogen across Europe. It's pretty clear through the document that it prioritizes renewables derived hydrogen over other sources. It does describe the use of blue hydrogen as a transitional production source, but it's very, very heavy on on the renewables derived hydrogen. I'm not commenting on whether I agree or disagree with that, but it's just merely an observation that is very much what the strategy is about. And sort of wraps up within that, there's sort of aspiration for 6 gigawatts of renewable hydrogen electrolyzers in the first phase, a second phase where we move to kind of full energy system integration, where they anticipate 40 gigawatts of renewable hydrogen electrolyzers across Europe, and sort of rolling out hydrogen use in many different applications across industry, within the power system itself, and so on. And then a third phase of technology maturity. This is the much longer phase within the strategy, but technology maturity and full deployment across all sectors, where the Commission strategy talks about a massive increase of renewables hydrogen production to 25% of renewable electricity by 2050. So really significant increase, ramp up in hydrogen, and using hydrogen in many hard to abate sectors. I've included here some details of the German hydrogen strategy as well, which actually is very, very similar in the overall focus and aspiration. Again, seeing green hydrogen as the end game, or very much renewables derived hydrogen, because nuclear is a difficult subject in Germany, and blue or turquoise hydrogen as on the way there. And in both cases, there's a set of quite a lot of the discussion in those documents is about the getting a bit more into the nuances and detail of what sorts of policies will be required across the hydrogen value chain to make this happen. And one particularly interesting thing, I think, is in both the German and European documents is the idea of carbon CFDs. And this is actually something, an idea I was writing about in a think tank paper I wrote last year for the UK think tank Onward, where we propose this idea of a carbon-based CFD. So rather like the CFD that we have in the power sector for things like offshore wind, you can construct a carbon-based CFD which can be used in other applications. So for example, in hydrogen production and in CCS. And that's if you're interested in my ideas around that, then do get in touch. But it's an idea that seems to be gaining traction in a number of different settings, which is good to see. That's enough by way of context. So what we did in our study was kind of taking that. What we wanted to do was look at the long-term trends in hydrogen market development and look at how that interacts with the power sector and specifically what it means for renewables. And that's what I'll summarize in the rest of the slides. Really, like, why did we focus on that, and how did we do it? So what Aurora is about, as I said, is about doing energy market modeling. We're not experts in the sort of very technical and safety aspects of things like hydrogen at all. That's not our specialism. We're a group of economists and engineers who understand how markets work, how policy works, and we're good at modeling those markets. And so we thought the contribution we can make to this debate around hydrogen is actually understanding how would a hydrogen market work? What's the potential? What would the price of hydrogen be in the long term, in the short term? And how does that work for asset economics as well? That's what we set out to do. And we developed what we think is a unique and very sophisticated model for hydrogen, a hydrogen market model. We already had a really sophisticated European-wide power market model, which looks in quite a lot of detail at all of the member states across Europe, and individual markets within that, so wholesale, balancing, capacity markets, ancillary markets, and so on. We already had a global commodities model, which is forecasting coal and oil and gas prices. And within that framework, what we've done is create an extra hydrogen market model, which interacts with both those other models and gives self-consistent answers across the whole piece. And there's a lot of endogenous, as we call it, features within the power and hydrogen loops, which are very important to capture those feedback loops between how much renewables we have, what that does to the overall market prices, but then how much electrolyzer capacity we have and how that plays into the overall prices as well. So that's all solved in a self-consistent, fully endogenous way within the model. We don't think anyone has even attempted to do this, and we can use this toolkit to answer some really interesting questions about hydrogen. So in building up the overall scenario, we start by thinking about the demand side. We put together, this is from the GB work, I'll come on to examples from the German work later. On the GB side, so we constructed kind of 3 sets of scenarios. looking at the hydrogen demand, the kind of high, low, and no hydrogen. Within all of these, we looked at all of those hitting net zero targets. So where we have no hydrogen, that's because we have massive levels of electrification. And we've got one that's more in the middle, and then another one that's much more about hydrogen and less about electricity. And the use of hydrogen is across industry, transport, heating. That's what's shown here. There's also hydrogen used within the power sector as for example, hydrogen peakers. And that's not shown here, but is also captured by the modeling endogenously, as I said. The other really important definitional thing we think is, what does the power sector look like? And to what extent is the power sector focused on renewables versus CCS and nuclear? And so we looked at two different scenarios, one very much focusing on high levels of renewables with 75 gigawatts of offshore wind by 2050, and another which focused much more on nuclear and CCS, and with renewables playing a smaller role. And these scenarios are kind of roughly consistent with other things we see from the likes of National Grid and the Committee on Climate Change in the UK. So notably, on this high renewable scenario, we've got 4 times as much low carbon capacity there installed by 2050, nearly 200 gigawatts, 4 times more than we have today. So it's a massive expansion, particularly on the offshore wind side and also solar. So we looked at those. So we've got scenarios on the demand side, scenarios on the supply side for power. And if we look at a high-res, high hydrogen scenario, what this chart shows, the Sankey diagram, is hydrogen in a high hydrogen use scenario could represent nearly 50% of total final energy demand by 2050. The total final energy demand is lower than it is today, but it's hydrogen is playing a really major role. We looked at other scenarios where hydrogen plays a lesser role and electricity a greater role. In fact, in those, you end up with less final energy demand overall, which tells me that overall, if you switch from hydrogen to electric heat pumps, you actually get some further efficiency saving, if you like, which is kind of interesting interplay in terms of how we hit net zero overall. In terms of where hydrogen comes from, from the previous chart, you could see that we had between around 270 and 500 terawatt hours of hydrogen production across the two scenarios. Where does that come from? So it's shown in this chart. So we think that green hydrogen can play a significant role. In a low hydrogen demand scenario, green hydrogen could provide the majority of the hydrogen we need. If we really want to scale hydrogen, we think that blue hydrogen will also be needed to provide that scale. So in the high hydrogen demand scenarios that we explored, the blue hydrogen was taking a bigger size of the overall market overall. This is by 2050. And in a sense, that's even despite the fact that I just told you there's 200 gigawatts of installed capacity in the power sector in that high renewables scenario that we saw just before. One interesting thing, though, is that if you look at the relative economics, it starts off in 2020s and 2030s with blue hydrogen being cheaper than green hydrogen, but overall, over time, the falling cost of renewables and overall reduction in market prices in that kind of scenario means that green hydrogen becomes more economic in the end, and you see a significant ramping up of the green hydrogen, particularly in the 2040s as the industry is maturing, until the point where it starts to head towards 50% market share on the 50% and 50-50. I was trying to explain some of the complexity of the modeling that we've done. And this, you start to get into that a little bit on this slide. What we wanted to do is look at this on quite a granular basis and think about the demand for hydrogen on a half-hourly or daily basis, and also then think about the production on a half-hourly or daily basis. And what we start to see on this chart is, how does the production profile, which is dependent on weather because it depends on renewables in the case of green hydrogen, how does that vary over the year? And how does the demand vary over the year? What we show in these charts is days of the year ranked top to bottom in terms of the demand level. And we show how that demand is being satisfied across green hydrogen, blue hydrogen, biomass gasification-based hydrogen, and then storage discharge. So sometimes we're charging up stores for hydrogen, sometimes we're discharging, and that storage at peak times, that storage becomes incredibly important in meeting hydrogen demand, for example, on colder winter days if we have hydrogen heating. So we've actually thought about the economics of that storage. We thought about how it would cycle and how it would all add up across the year. And there's a bit more detail and overall just showing some of the complexity that we've modeled here, but showing how stores would charge and discharge. This is now, rather than days ranked by demand, this is just showing the overall utilization of a store across the year. So overall, the working capacity is being used up in Q1 of the year. It's then being recharged over through the summer, so that by the time you get round to the next winter, it's able to provide some of that peak demand. And overall, we looked at, in the scenario, we had 19 terawatt hours of salt cavern storage, and that's what we thought would be needed to meet peak winter demand by 2050. We also were very interested in how these developments would affect the power sector, and specifically, particularly for the scope of this conference today, how it affects renewable economics. So in a sense, hydrogen and the power sector there's quite a symbiosis here, particularly between hydrogen electrolyzers and renewables. Why is that? Well, there's a few different aspects of that. So there's one linkage shown towards the top, which is obviously electrolyzers are sort of charging in a sense from the market. To the extent there are low power prices in the market, that drags down the cost of that delivered hydrogen. But to the extent that electrolyzers create demand for power, that's helping to boost the capture prices for renewables, because we're sort of increasing the demand in those lower priced hours, and we find a new equilibrium. And this is what I was trying to explain. Our model is finding an equilibrium solution between these two feedback loops. So there's a whole piece there around the symbiosis between electrolyzers and renewables, which is very important to understand. There's a second piece, which is within the power sector, we need to ensure security of supply. And in the future, we need to do that in a low carbon way. And so we looked at the potential of hydrogen peaking technologies to be providing that security of supply. That could be hydrogen CCGTs or OCGTs. It could be fuel cells. It could be a number of different things. And they compete with existing technologies such as methane gas CCGTs, gas peakers, lithium-ion batteries, longer duration storage, which is emerging. There's a spectrum of, and pumped hydro. There's a spectrum of different technology solutions. Hydrogen could play into that. I won't explore that a lot today, but it's important to think about the relative costs of those hydrogen peaking technologies in providing that security of supply. But of interest to this audience, the presence or otherwise of electrolyzers on the power system actually has a big impact on that power system and has a big impact on the renewables and their economics. So there's this interesting feedback loop again. So here what we contrast is what happens in a scenario which is a net zero scenario in 2050 with lots of renewables, high renewable scenario. What happens if there's no hydrogen, and what happens if there's high hydrogen? So it's kind of looking at the two extremes. In the no hydrogen scenario, you actually end up with very low capture prices for renewables to the level which they wouldn't be economic. You wouldn't be able to build capacities if this is the only money they were making, which implies they would have to be subsidized by government if this is where you want to get to. In the high hydrogen scenario, we see much higher capture prices, particularly in the case of solar. Why is this? Well, overall, I guess to sort of simplify, in the no hydrogen scenario, there's lots of hours where there's an oversupply, particularly in the summer. If the solar's cranking out the output very hard, and that's lower demand periods, typically lower demand periods, you can end up with some very low prices. If in those hours instead we are producing hydrogen, storing some of that hydrogen or using it, overall the market will find a different equilibrium, and the equilibrium will be with higher capture prices for renewables. And if you add this up across the spectrum of wind, solar and nuclear, there's around £3 billion, we think, of value at stake for the clean energy generation sector, power generation sector, if hydrogen is there versus a scenario where it's not, if you add up the numbers on the right-hand side. And solar is a big part of that, actually. So to flip this round, many people there'll be people on the call who are interested in hydrogen and others interested in solar. These two worlds are meeting, and there's an interesting symbiosis here. If you're about to develop solar schemes, it's important to understand the future of hydrogen, because what I'm saying is this will have a significant bearing on your economics in the future. There's other opportunities, and I realize I'm short on time, but another thing we considered is co-location of renewables and electrolyzers on the same site. This can offer some benefits in terms of lower capex and OPEX, avoidance of grid fees, and also optimizing across the two units, particularly to make better use of any curtailed power to produce hydrogen. So you get a free electricity in a sense, if it would have otherwise been curtailed. Those are all on the plus side. There are some negatives. And this is mainly around the site availability and the proximity or otherwise of those renewable sites to a future hydrogen grid. So is it the case that many of the wind sites, for example, are far from demand, far from power demand? They're probably also far from hydrogen demand. So depending on the specific locations, it might make it difficult to connect to a hydrogen grid if you're on a remote wind site. Might be easier in the case of solar, but our sense is that the benefits of co-location are somewhat less in the case of solar than they are for wind. I'm going to flick over that slide. I'm just going to do one last one of content and then just wrap up. We thought through this process a lot about the implications for utilities and for renewables developers. We also thought about the implications for policymakers, and the policymakers were in the room through these processes, these projects I'm talking about. And there are a few things to pick out. Our sense is that clean hydrogen clearly needs policy support. It's not going to happen without that policy support. That's both on the demand side, on the supply side. But for low carbon hydrogen to win out against grey hydrogen, it will need support. Green hydrogen, we think, needs more support than blue hydrogen. It's further from being in the money. And therefore, policymakers will need to strike the right balance between focusing on blue hydrogen solutions now versus policies to ramp up and reduce the cost of green hydrogen. Both are equally valid. Well, both are valid as approaches, and it's for policymakers to decide where they want to place the emphasis. We think it's really important for the carbon emissions from hydrogen production to be transparent and appropriately priced. What do I mean by this? Well, it's no good if we've got a market design where it's unclear what the emissions are associated with different forms of hydrogen. That would not be a great market design, because you could easily run into perverse outcomes where we increase or don't reduce emissions as far and fast as we would have otherwise done. So we need to understand the emissions. We then need to price them as well. And at the current carbon prices, you're not going to drive the delivery of these opportunities. We'll need a much higher carbon price to make this all happen. In our study on Central Europe, we looked at green hydrogen routes, which is obviously what the policymakers are focusing on. We also looked at blue hydrogen routes, which was maybe a bit more controversial to do as a thing, but we looked at it anyway. What we found is scenarios that focus only on green hydrogen turn out to be more expensive than those which have a blend of the two. So for this reason, we think that the blue hydrogen route and CCS should be explored in that Central European context, rather than focusing on a purely a green or renewables derived hydrogen route. If the objective we're optimizing to is cost, that is. So there may be other political or economic or non-economic objectives that people are optimizing to. But looking purely from a cost perspective, it's actually more expensive if you do it only based on green or renewables derived hydrogen. I mentioned storage earlier in the presentation. We think we're going to need a lot of storage. That can come in a few different forms, but large scale salt cavern storage for hydrogen we think will be important. This whole interseasonal dimension, which I started to explore before, is really important. If you have a lot of hydrogen used in heating, as we anticipate in the GB study that we've published, that demand is concentrated in the winter, and it will be difficult to produce all of the hydrogen that we need at those exact times. So we need quite significant amounts of storage to be able to smooth out the production and store excess hydrogen, but also to meet that peak demand in those winter months. More broadly, I think in general, we really need to think about security of supply and flexibility, both within the hydrogen sector, but also within the power sector. And that's kind of point 6, is also picking up the power sector aspect. So I've been talking a bit to government in the UK recently about this exact point, and they're aware of it, but the market design for both power and for hydrogen needs to reflect this requirement for security of supply. It's an absolute must, and that comes in a number of forms, but we need to have, rather like in power, you focus on capacity adequacy as a challenge. You focus on flexibility, both in very short timescales, but also slightly longer timescales. And that drives you toward, and also a third challenge around system operability. Those are important challenges in power. They will also be important challenges in a hydrogen system. And in my mind, not enough thought has gone into how that would work in the future in an integrated hydrogen market. So those are kind of the last 2 on the list, is thinking about that both within the hydrogen market and within the power sector. That kind of comes towards the end of the content. I can wrap up and take some questions in a moment. I thought I'd just briefly tell you about what we're planning to do next. So we've published the report, Hydrogen for a Net Zero GB. I'll give you the link for that in just a moment. You can download the public summary. If you're interested in the detail that sits behind it, you can get in touch. As I mentioned, we have a sister study to that, which looks at Germany, Netherlands, and Belgium. So again, there'll be a public version, but if you want the full thing, then do get in touch. And then beyond that, we are in the process of launching a new subscription service to complement our power services, which will focus on hydrogen and ammonia. We think it's important to look at ammonia as a source of demand for hydrogen in a sense, but there's lots of discussion about ammonia use in shipping, for example, and as a long-term storage as well. Within this, we'll be providing policy and regulatory updates, market and technology scanning, hydrogen market scenarios, teasing out some of the really interesting policy questions, investment case analysis, so numbers you could plug in, whether your investment case is on the power side, on the electrolysis side, or in the blue hydrogen space. We do all this through reports, so market outlooks, and then bring together our client base on a regular basis through what we call group meetings, but basically events. If you're interested in any or all of that, then do get in touch. My email address is at the bottom there, and phone number as well. So this is something I'm personally leading and developing at the moment, but will be rolling off the shelves soon. So yeah, do get in touch if any of what I have said is of interest. So yeah, happy to take questions about what I've said. I mentioned a link. So this is the front cover of the study that we did, Hydrogen for a Net Zero GB. You can download that on our website, so auroraer.com. And then if you look for the Hydrogen for a Net Zero GB, then you can download the report, which contains some of the slides I've gone through today and a few others. So happy to take questions about any of what I've said or things more generally.
Well, many thanks, Richard. Very comprehensive and highly detailed presentation. I'm scrambling to take it all in. I'll have to watch it. I'll have to watch it on slow afterwards.
Yeah, I went through that pretty fast.
No, it was good. There's obviously a lot there, and obviously there's been a lot happening. I guess just a couple of questions. I'm not sure if you have the answers, but you mentioned significant rise in carbon prices in order to make hydrogen comparable. Is there a sort of a range of numbers? I mean, I've seen different numbers published.
So within this, so within this study, we modelled using a carbon price of around £130 a ton, which is obviously by 2050, which is obviously quite a big number. When the current carbon price is more like 40, maybe slightly higher. So that might seem like a pretty high number, but then if you're really serious about net zero and you think about the cost of avoided emissions in the 2040s, what's the alternative? We might need to do some expensive things like BECCS or DACs for those last emissions. So it's not an insane number, but it's obviously a lot higher than what we have today. So we were informed by a number of different studies to come up with that number, but various groups have looked at what sort of carbon price is needed for net zero across the economy as a whole, and that seems to be within the ballpark. Yeah.
Okay. I got a question from Wael around, did you model the amounts of hydrogen trading, exports and imports?
So within the
balance,
within this GB study, we didn't. We thought of GB as an island, as it were. Within the work that we've done looking at Germany and Netherlands, partly because so we took a different course there, partly because of the policy narrative being quite against blue hydrogen. So in a sense, in the GB study, we get to the scale by having some green hydrogen and then quite a lot of blue hydrogen. In the study that we're doing on Germany and Netherlands, there's less of a policy discussion around blue hydrogen as being a long-term solution. But what there is a discussion about is hydrogen imports. And that's seen as either coming from the Nordics, could come from Southern European solar or North African solar or wind somewhere. I don't know, could come from anywhere in principle. We did look at it in that context. So in the absence of blue hydrogen as a solution, you could resort to imports, and that could satisfy, if you want to have a really high hydrogen uptake, but you don't want to use blue hydrogen, it seems almost inevitable that that's where you end up, because it's difficult to see how in a really high hydrogen scenario, the renewables can scale enough to deliver all of that energy fundamentally. And so, I mean, there's lots of discussion about this. We've actually, in the German context, we've spent a lot of time trying to understand what's the maximum potential for renewables. We've looked at the technical potential, but then also the kind of practical potential once you exclude zones which are unlikely to be built out for renewables. And there is a finite limit to how much you can deploy reasonably. And that kind of informs this view that blue hydrogen could be important in the mix, or imports could be important in the mix. The problem is the imports have got to come from somewhere, and so we need to think about which are the countries that have the potential for a massive excess in hydrogen production that they don't need themselves in a low carbon world, and that spawns off a whole other series of questions about where that hydrogen is coming from.
Yeah, I mean, we have I think a geopolitics of hydrogen course coming up in September, and clearly you talk about German context, you see talk about Russia in terms of A, blue hydrogen, and B, they do have considerable renewable resources as yet untapped, be it Arctic winds on the Arctic winds on the north coast, huge amounts of hydro power and various other but a whole different game. I get one other question around you mentioned within the GB context blue hydrogen. That's blue hydrogen imported. I'm not up to speed with the amount of potential sort of gas there is still left in the North Sea. My impression was it was finishing.
Well, there is still a lot that has been discovered, as it were, and untapped. It's interesting. I was in a round table the other day looking at what's the potential of the North Sea in general terms, in terms of energy, and there is oil and gas out there in the North Sea, but there are questions really about if we're a net zero UK, do we want to still be extracting that oil and gas or not? And if we are, then are we still using it unabated, or presumably in a net zero world, if we're using any of it at all, it's abated. So we could be bringing gas in from the North Sea, we could be bringing LNG into the UK, which we already do to a significant extent, and then either way we could be having the SMRs or ATRs in the UK and storing the CO2 in the North Sea anyway. So the North Sea is used one way or the other. either as a source of gas or a storage potential. There's no shortage of gas in the world. So if the North Sea can't provide the gas, then we can get the gas from somewhere else. That there is really no shortage of gas in the world. And I mean, part of the reason why blue hydrogen in a way is so economic is that gas is fundamentally pretty cheap, especially cheap at the moment. Prices are really, really low. And there is just so much gas out there. So some people on this call, maybe even, and many in green NGOs and stuff, don't like the idea of this, don't like the idea of blue hydrogen at all, because they see it as extending the use of gas. But provided we can do the capture and increase those capture rates, the residual emissions can be relatively low. But I mean, you still need to watch emissions across the full end-to-end life cycle of gas and worry about things like fugitive emissions and so on. I completely get all of that. I think it can play a role in the early days for sure. It remains to be seen what the UK's position is in terms of the long-term use of blue hydrogen, but it could certainly help to scale it in the first instance.
You mentioned significant storage will be required, I think again within a GB context. Is that significant beyond the existing gas storage facilities, which I guess probably aren't significant, but just curious.
No, I mean,
whether you've done any modeling around how much storage do we need?
I think we had 19 terawatt hours. That was the number I put on the slide. We actually have very little methane gas storage capacity in the UK now. With the closure of Rough a few years back, we really have very, very little. I mean, it's not worrying in the sense that we have a UK gas market which is so heavily interconnected, both to continental Europe but also to LNG, and it's not a particular concern in respect of security of supply for gas. But that is the fact that we just have very, very little methane gas storage capacity right now. So really, it's not necessarily about just turning around those remaining gas stores to be hydrogen stores as well. I think we're actually talking about much more significant storage, more of the scale of the Rough site. So having something like that, actually, well, one caveat to that is depends to what extent we want that storage to be based in the UK or elsewhere. So within a natural gas methane context, we've got comfortable with the idea that there is lots of natural gas storage in Europe as a whole, and we're heavily interconnected to that and to LNG, so we don't worry about it too much. Will that be the case for hydrogen? Will we have enough hydrogen storage capacity across Europe? That all relies on a very mature market, which basically doesn't exist at all at the moment. So we're kind of projecting forward a market design for something that really is an embryonic stage at the moment. But yeah, we would need so to summarize what I'm saying, we'd either need lots of storage in the UK, or we'd need to have a pretty mature hydrogen market that sort of mirrors what we see in the natural gas space, where we're reliant on others.
And a question, I think, from Wild, did you categorize hydrogen's role in the electricity sector as a provider of flexibility? I think you did mention flexibility. But...
Yeah, so I didn't cover the slides on that, and just in the interest of time, and also I thought this audience was potentially more interested in the renewables side. But yeah, we looked at how does the power system stack up in the future in a net zero kind of high renewables world? How does that work? And what role could hydrogen play in providing flexibility? And how does it stack up? How does hydrogen flexibility compare to other forms such as pumped hydro or lithium-ion batteries or gas peakers or whatever? What we found within that is if you look at a direct comparison of for example, hydrogen-based peakers versus methane-based peakers versus abated gas, so gas CCGTs, the hydrogen is not cheaper, even at a relatively high carbon price. You need a really high carbon price to push the unabated gas out of the market and make the hydrogen the economic choice. That's not to say that couldn't be done, but it might require other intervention in the market. So for example, we see already, actually interestingly, in some other European countries, in France, and unabated thermal is effectively banned from their capacity market. So unlike in GB, where we are using the capacity market to build unabated thermal at the moment, lots of gas peakers have been built. That's not the case in France. They have the benefit of many gigawatts of nuclear there to provide security of supply, so different context. But that might be the sort of policy that governments need to consider to essentially push the unabated thermal off the system, or stop the build out of it, and then switch to hydrogen-based solutions as a low carbon alternative.
Understood. Okay, I think that's about it in terms of sort of time for this session. Thank you once again, a very thorough presentation, covered a lot of points. We'll release the PDF version of your presentation. Obviously, the recordings will also be available for people. So yeah, thank you very much.
Thanks for having me, and do get in touch, listeners, if you have any questions about what I said.
Given the launch of the new service, I'm sure we'll be getting you involved again in some of our future events. So,
yeah, perfect. Happy to.
Yeah. Cheers. Many thanks, Richard.
Thanks a lot. Cheers.
Thank you. Bye bye. We'll be preparing for our next panel, which will be starting at 3:20. Interesting panel looking at the overall picture of the challenges and overcoming the challenges, namely the financial, legal, and some of the technical challenges to scaling up solar hydrogen production. The panel is made up of a very strong, diverse group. So there is May Jaramillo from Barclays, there's Ben Grunfeld from management consultancy Guidehouse, and Roland Eke from the engineering firm John Cockerell Hydrogen. And they will be moderated very ably by Matthias Voss, who is a partner at Allen and Overy. So yeah, if you'd like to stay on the line and join us again at 3:20, when we'll be having that panel discussion. Many thanks, everybody.
Hello.
Hello, this is May.
May, hello, it's Matthias.
Hi, Matthias.
Hi there, Matthias. Hi there, May. Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Cool.
I
Yeah,
can't. I'm not sure who else is on there. I can't see anybody at the moment, and the system doesn't, for the time being at least, doesn't allow me to switch on the camera.
Let me double check for you.
Maybe I'm not sure whether that's.
Where was that?
No, it asked me to choose another camera, but I only have one at the moment. And the camera is actually up and running. Let's try that again.
Yeah, I'm just gonna try and.
And on my side, it says that the host has disabled it, so I have no power of.
Okay. Let me just check. That's Matteo. Is that? No, that's Ben. Hello, Ben.
Yeah.
Ben is there.
Hello. No, it refuses to recognize my camera. Let me see whether I can use the. Not sure why it's doing that.
Hello everyone. I picked up a background screen, but it looks like it's not working very well.
You're looking very space age, Roland.
Yeah. and I'm not very familiar. We use Teams, and I don't know how to.
Very hydrogen.
I don't know how to do that now. Let me see.
Let's have a look.
You guys familiar with Zoom?
Yeah, I am just trying to see what is that.
Yeah, no, I've now tried to use a laptop camera as an alternative, but it doesn't allow me to do that either. It doesn't show a picture stream.
Let me see how do we get.
If you go to Roland, if you go to preferences, and then if you look for virtual background.
Preferences, and that would be.
So at the top at Zoom, under Zoom.us, preferences. And then it'll open up another tab somewhere. And then you go to virtual background and select no. Do you see? You see settings?
Let me also, at the moment, it may be that there is another system using the.
Oh yeah, something else might be using your video.
Exactly. So let me just see what it is. I'll close everything else is a possible suspect.
Yeah. So then Roland is video off.
And I'm right. Mine is
log out and try again.
Powerless. So you tell me when I.
Yeah. We no,
I
don't.
Not a video. Okay.
There we go.
There's May.
Can you see me?
Yep, I can see you, May.
Okay, I see you. I don't know.
I can see him. I can see Matthias now.
Yes.
And so now we just need Roland. And I think I saw Ben before, but hopefully Ben will join us again.
May, if I may ask you, just how do you pronounce your surname? Is this Jaramillo or is it Jaramillo?
Yeah, Jaramillo. It doesn't. I'm not fussed about it, but yes, Jaramillo is perfect.
Okay.
So what time is it?
I also note that I'm Michael Diosi on the screen that's showing, but we can rectify that as we go along.
Yeah, apologies. It's an image.
No worries.
And I can't see my own screen for some reason, but as long I take comfort that you guys, I'm in the right. I'm not cutting half of my face off, or.
No, you're perfect.
Perfect. Thank you.
So yeah, we're about ready to go. I just will wait for Ben and then Roland. How are you? Ben is there.
I'm here. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yep, I can hear you, Ben.
Great.
maybe just before we go live, also, obviously we haven't had a chance to rehearse this in any form or shape, so I will sort of try and sort of address questions around to all of you without necessarily trying to put you on the spot. So please feel free to either redirect or just elbow in if you feel that I'm, because I sort of having just looked at it, it will be quite difficult, I think, for everybody to talk to every subject in detail, because we only have 40 minutes, I gather, including Q&A. So there are a few obvious finance-related questions, I think, May, that are more for you. I think big picture issue, I think Ben probably, and then obviously said for Roland, who's now come back to Earth. Sort of, I think that the emphasis seems to be more on the technical side of things.
Yeah. Yep. So we are good to go. I'm opening it up so the people are online already. So thank you all for joining us. Thank you for everyone. It's been a long day. This is the final presentation. So well done to those that have made it through the entire day, starting in northern China, then going to Dubai, then we were in various Pacific islands, and then we are now here. So I'm very pleased to be joined by Matthias Voss, who's a partner for Allen and Overy. He's a lot of experience in energy and project finance, and leads and is a managing partner of their Tokyo and Seoul offices, as well as a partner on the overall business, and brings 20 plus years experience to energy and law. He'll be moderating the session, and Ben Grunfeld, he leads the EMEA utility and energy practice at Guidehouse, which was formerly known as Navigant, and brings 16 years of management consulting experience and a lot around the energy transition. May Jaramillo is joining us, and she's head of sustainable and impact banking at Barclays Investment Bank, and has over 8 years experience in financing across the sector. So I think we're very keen to hear an investment bank and their current view on hydrogen and how bankable it is. And then we have, last but not least, Roland Heque, who's president of John Cockerell Hydrogen, and has nearly 25 years experience in a strong engineering and industry background, both at John Cockerell and other businesses such as Siemens and First Alpine. So that is the panel. Diverse experience. We've heard a lot today around the potential of solar, specifically in hydrogen, and obviously the green pathway. Certainly comments around optimizing the engineerings of those systems, the need to also include wind and other alternatives, and so yeah, there's a lot of questions. We've seen a lot of strategy. It's really, I guess, the task for this panel is to sort of maybe temper the hydrogen hype, and understand what is achievable, what's bankable, and what's going to happen next. So I'll hand over to the capable hands of Matthias, and thank you all. And for people listening, there are people, I think, over 50 now on YouTube, and we've got 50 here in Zoom. So please put your questions into the Q&A, and if you're over on YouTube, put them into the chat function, and we'll make sure that Matthias can see them as well. So many thanks, everybody.
No, and thank you for the kind introduction, Nadim. Yes, I think we have a number of very exciting topics to go through, and as you said, maybe I'm more on the enthusiastic side, but I agree that there are challenges that probably haven't been fully thought through everywhere. I know our first topic is about the current appetite for solar hydrogen investment, and some of this will have been covered already today, but setting the scene a little bit, obviously you will be aware of the European Commission's hydrogen strategy, which has very ambitious targets. It's been supplemented very recently by the EU recovery plan, which in its next generation EU fund has as one of its express aims the kickstarting of a clean hydrogen economy in Europe. This is 750 million euros, a fair chunk of which will be devoted to hydrogen and green related topics. And the first chunk of it will be dedicated to countries such as Spain that are very focused on the solar industry. So I think that's quite an interesting an exciting prospect. In parallel, the Clean Hydrogen Alliance is being launched in Europe as well. And going beyond Europe, you see very similar initiatives in the part of the world that are closer to where I'm based. In Asia, Japan, China, Korea, and also Australia are very heavily driving a hydrogen agenda forward. Although, and I'd be interested to hear views on that, there's a lot less emphasis on solar, I think, than there is in the European context. You've had recently the MOU between Germany and Morocco about producing solar based hydrogen in Morocco, and there are, from what I understand, similar MOUs in the pipeline with other North African countries. You have quite essential, really, and we'll come back to that, the European Hydrogen Backbone Initiative that combines the leading TSOs, the pipeline operators throughout Europe, trying to develop a blueprint for what the pipeline network across Europe might look like and what's required. So maybe turning to Ben as a first candidate for our question. So this should really be paradise come true for the development of solar hydrogen. So what's your view on that and on the appetite that comes for it?
I'm on mute here. Yeah, thank you, Matthias, and Nadim, and everyone. Thank you for having me. I think I actually think there's tremendous appetite for it. Both in the investment community and the developer community in terms of potential place to put capital. That has, I think, the at least potential for higher returns than people are comfortable or accepting today for solar and wind on its own, which makes it an interesting place. I think there's also a lot of potential and a lot of interest and appetite, for the, as isn't going to be necessary for the hydrogen itself, right? And the green hydrogen that that would be produced from the solar and the electrolyzers. I think we can talk a bit more about some of the specifics as we go through the session today. But obviously, the German hydrogen strategy, the European Green Deal, the gas package, all of those aspects, all those talk about significant or have significant elements or significant contributions set aside for green hydrogen. And obviously there's going to be competing sources of green hydrogen. I don't think the North Sea wind developers, offshore wind developers, are going to give up the fight, for that market, without any contestation. So, but I think the reality is that if this goes where, if the market goes where the potential is, it's going to, you could be in a situation where, we'll take it from everywhere, right? Well, there'll be some green hydrogen produced from solar, there'll be green hydrogen produced from offshore wind, there'll be green hydrogen produced locally at source from, power bought from grids. There's going to be all sorts of, or there's the potential at least for, any number of combinations and sources of green hydrogen, alongside other, energy carriers that, that will support the energy transition in Europe. Again, all assuming we continue on the trajectory that I think everyone is sort of, at least, well, not everyone, but at least, a large number of people are expecting us to take.
No, I think that makes a lot of sense. Ben, Roland, what's your vision for sort of large hydrogen projects, and which way do you think the future will develop?
Well, obviously we are at the turn of something. Like Ben was saying, the appetite is growing, and with huge plans everywhere. And the name of the game here is really to find the lowest cost of hydrogen at the end of the day. So it's to run the business models and to put in the capex and opex and make the right decisions. Regarding capex, I'm not going to go, to the usual discussions with PEM, alkaline, and I would say the rising technologies like SOEC, which require exothermic sources. But because we can see that time is of the essence, and we need to go fast. And in fact, this is why alkaline right now has taken really the best of everything, and most projects are based on alkaline, which in fact provides the lowest capex. Now we see that we are surely going towards prices of 300,000 euros per installed megawatt, which are a very, very low number. It's half or a third of the prices that we have now on projects. And so clearly there's a clear focus on alkaline. The second point, which is quite important, is pressure. The pressure, the outlet of the electrolyzer is a key point to decrease the overall prices of capex. Of course, you realize that if you got hydrogen at the outlet of your electrolyzer at the atmospheric pressure, or if you have it at let's say 30 bars, it's a huge difference. To go from zero from the atmospheric pressure to 90 bars, or to go from 30 to 90 bars, first case you need 5 steps, 5 stages of compression. Second case you need only 1. And we know that for those large projects, we will need huge storage capacities because it's difficult to combine the intermittence of the renewable energies with the constant need in the downstream processes. So we clearly see that as a major factor. Regarding OPEX, I would say that roughly the efficiency is similar between alkaline. So, and then we go back to compressors, which is typically one of the weakest points in the value chain. And so that's what I would say on those issues. One last point, which is very important, is that, of course, the difficulty is to combine the locations where power is cheap. You know, we just had the large project in Abu Dhabi with prices of $13.5 per megawatt hour. And we see that, unfortunately, this is not necessarily where the off-takers are. So that leads the way to a number of projects where the hydrogen is produced at places where the price of electricity is very low, and then to ship that hydrogen to places where hydrogen is consumed. And sometimes there's a match, but unfortunately, most of the time there is no match. And it sounds a crazy idea, but just to give a rough number, the ammonia produced in a remote place with the price of electricity of 30 euros per megawatt hour can compete, including transportation, with a price of ammonia produced locally, let's say in Europe or in the US, with a price of electricity at 60 euro per megawatt hour. So it's a lot of things to discuss, but maybe later on, if I've got a little bit of time, I'll share some more values, some ideas about the parameters as well.
No, but thanks, Roland, and I think that already picks up some of the themes. I think Nadim wanted us to talk about the banana skins and the potential challenges, I think, beyond the enthusiasm. And I think that my first question on that will be to May, but sort of going back to the challenges, I'm coming from a project finance background, so my life revolves around risk, identifying risk, mitigating risk, allocating risk, and making sure there is no risk, or at least not in the part that I'm looking to finance with my clients. I think most of the projects that we've seen to date initially sort of fall well within what in the EU is the first step, I think, of the strategy, which is replacing, in quotations, dirty hydrogen with clean hydrogen. So it's an existing market that's already there, and the main focus is on bringing down the costs or finding a mechanism to make the clean hydrogen competitive with what's currently in the market. And obviously there are tools, we can come back to that maybe on the carbon contracts for differences that were borrowed from the renewables industry that address exactly that particular issue. But then going forward, I suppose if you really want to scale up, and that picks up some of the themes that you've mentioned, is actually to develop the hydrogen market into areas where hydrogen is not traditionally or widely used to date, and where you then face issues like you actually need to create the demand side, and that's quite different. People draw the comparison with the early days LNG markets and also with the offshore wind markets, where I think it was always clear what the product was going to be and who was going to use it, what for. Here, the situation is slightly different. And on the demand side, obviously, when you take into account what you've just said, the low cost production center, especially also for solar, aren't necessarily where the ultimate product is going to be needed. You look at very significant investment, first of all, to stimulate the demand side. I think you will have the intermediate infrastructure. So for instance, you were talking about shipping. There is the Backbone for Europe initiative, which is thinking about piping hydrogen. But I think their conservative estimate is that the network buildup throughout Europe and also from Northern Africa falls at least, and that's very conservative, I think, somewhere between 27 and 64 billion euros. So somebody will need to pick up that cost, take up the responsibility for that. And also, if you are a project sponsor of a solar plant and or a hydrogen production facility, you somehow need to make sure that all the different elements of the value chain, the infrastructure and the demand side will actually all be there when you need them to be there. In Asia, in contrast, you sometimes see people exactly for those reasons to look at the entire value chain. So you have a Japanese-Australian pilot project in La Trobe in Victoria, which looks at everything from upstream to carbon capture to actually where it's going to be sold in Japan, and tries to integrate that into one project. In Europe, that would be anathema because it uses lignite coal out of all sources as its main fuel, but it's an example of a different approach. So May, sort of coming back to the initial question of challenges, bankers tend to be fairly risk-averse people, at least in my experience. What do you think, from your perspective, is the key to attracting sort of large-scale funding for the real scale-up of the hydrogen industry?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much for having me, Matthias. I have a project finance background as well. I started my career in project finance for mining projects, risk mitigation. It's a key pillar of that. And yes, bankers are by definition risk averse. And what I do think will be extremely instrumental on the financing of these large scale projects is bringing in the broader stakeholder group, these very chunky CapEx requirements that we have. We require bringing in sovereign wealth funds, infrastructure funds, various pools of capital, so that you, to a certain extent, not only look to the risk, because from a financing perspective, that at the beginning is going to take some time to get everyone comfortable. But I do believe that involving a very broad range of stakeholders, of pools of capital, should help lower the ticket size that you get from either of those pools of capital, and in a way, as you get that broader stakeholder engagement, which is supported by policy, should help us get the very large checks that we need to finance that infrastructure piece, which is effectively the big chunk of the CapEx requirement.
No, I agree with that. And I think we're coming back to the capital markets and the different funding sources on that in a minute, but also maybe to hear from Ben more from a holistic business perspective, what your take is on the risks of. I think for me, the biggest challenge will really be to move from the first stage, which is substitution in a way of an existing market, to the next phase where it gets really exciting.
Yeah, so I wrote the word substitution down in my notes as you were talking, because I think there's the key to getting the cost alignment is scale, right? I mean, I think that's what we're seeing generally, right? Scale in both scale at a project level, but also scale at an industry level, right? I mean, I think that's what we've seen. That's what we've seen, in the wind industry in general. That's what we've seen in the solar industry in general, right? Like as you get scale in projects and as you get scale in, the industry, the cost of those technologies tends to levelize and come down. And obviously there's lots of reasons for that. And you can kind of look at different, stages in the development cycle of the technology and, where the cost savings are coming from and what have you. But I think that, so you get into this chicken and egg situation, right? Where you need scale in the project, scale in the industry in order to drive the cost savings, or to drive the cost down, which, is again, necessary for those first two things. And so I think what you're seeing, and I think one of the big challenge for policymakers, and this is prevalent in Europe, but also in other parts of the world, is, how do you use that first phase where the policy instruments for direct substitution are actually relatively straightforward, and there's lots of examples of policy tools and policy instruments that you can use to subsidize, the earlier stages of an industry, to help it get some scale and to help it get the speed and the momentum. You mentioned the comparison to offshore wind and to LNG. Those are pure substitutions in a lot of ways, right? I mean, an offshore wind produces an electron, and a LNG facility at the end of the day produces a methane molecule, right? Like, so it's, and so it's you don't need the demand side conversion, in order for those industries to pick up. You just need a direct substitution effect. And so tools like contracts for differences, or tools like loan guarantees, or other tools that are available, standard tools that are available, demand drivers, right? Demand, blending obligations or what have you, right? Things that stimulate demand, help to securitize the revenue streams, or help to secure the revenue streams, in that first phase, is actually then what gets you the scale in the industry and the project, I think, to then tackle some of the bigger, demand challenges, demand creation challenges that are going to come with the next phase, right? When you really start to think about, it's not green hydrogen substitution for, gray or blue, but it's now green hydrogen substitution for methane, or, green hydrogen substitution for, electrons, right? Dirty coal produced electrons. So, that's where, you need that first phase to go well, I think, to really, get the projects off the ground, start to build the scale in the industry, start to prove out the technology in a more commercial way, right? Go back to, project finance 101, right? You need a technically proven, you need the technology to be proven. You need some form of secure revenue streams, or a really big balance sheet, right? And then you need access to markets, and I think that, and deliverability of your product, right? And I think that first phase of the transformation, if you will, is where you get some of that, in the early stages of this industry. And without that, it's really hard to then tackle, I think, the next phase, which is, the really big, substitution for other energy carriers.
Yeah, no, I would fully agree with this also, because then I think there is a difference with the offshore wind and with the LNG, because ultimately I think the markets were there in many ways. Here we're at the phase where we need to create the markets and the demand. Yeah. And there are many different markets in some ways, which is a challenge for the coordination. But maybe just also coming back to what Roland said earlier. Roland, you mentioned shipping from Abu Dhabi. I think transportation and what's efficient in terms of transportation, I think, is going to be a big key, because obviously a lot of the different options that are available are quite expensive and not particularly energy efficient when it comes to it. I think you're on mute, Roland.
Yeah, things are still in the making. Right now we are looking at the prices of different options. You know, liquefied hydrogen, ammonia, liquid organic hydrogen carrier, and all of this needs to be put together. And it's true, you're perfectly right. The value chain now is no longer, you know, you're looking at your hydrogen plant, you're looking at your solar plant, your hydrogen plant, you have a Bosch, if it's ammonia, shipping, you know, the hydrogenation at the port of arrival, and you need to find the right value at the end of the day. But the fundamental is to find the correct prices. I think everybody wants a greener planet. However, everybody wants to make a buck at the end of the day, and that's where things stand. And almost all of our projects now, we are facing this issue of finding ways to make it happen. But it's very easy to pick up the wrong parameters and to play on things which in fact are not so important. I will just give you an example. We just ran a project. It's a 25 megawatt project, and it's the amortization period is over a period of 10 years, and price of electricity 56 euros per megawatt hour. Actualization rate 3% per year. And in fact, then we played with the different parameters, and we looked at the amortization period. We took 20 years and instead of 10, and we saw that the LCOH in fact was decreased by 2.5%. We played a little bit with the price of electricity. We decreased by only 10%, and it was a decrease of 7% of the LCOH. And the capex, same thing, variation of 10%, and it was almost 2.833%. So we see electricity is still a key value and something that we really need to focus on. So those points are important, because sometimes we're looking at the small things and not necessarily getting the right conclusions. But one of the aspects of your question was transportation. There's a huge work to be done on this. I think technologies start to happen, but to carry hydrogen on the boat requires a large extra space on the boats. So it's a new type of boats, and it makes it difficult, because then you're not talking about fuel cells like for small pilot boats that you can see, to cross channels, but you're talking about injecting hydrogen into the diesel engines, and a lot of research, a lot of testing is done presently, but we're not at the end of the challenges. I think it's going to be quite a few years before we can answer that. In the meantime, if we can fully develop a full value chain, even if there's a little bit of pollution, you've got to think that pollution will in fact would happen anyway, because right now we ship oil, we ship natural gas, to ship hydrogen will still generate some pollution, but overall the business model will be much better.
Yeah. No, and I think what you said rang very true also, because I mean, having seen solar prices in the Middle East, and also I think the Middle East and North Africa is going to be quite key in the production of this, because they will be and Southern Europe maybe to some extent, but I think they will be probably the most cost efficient just in terms of production centers for the electricity at least. But coming back to the financing side of it, actually, and I think there was a very interesting question, maybe to come back on this capital markets, both debt and equity. And we've ever since I've been around, project bonds have been on everybody's minds. You see them, but probably not quite in the way that people have been thinking about them for the last 20 years. Where do you see the biggest potential and the biggest challenges for capital markets and for funds and also large contributors like pension funds to get involved in all of this?
I would think for all the challenges that you highlighted, probably the equity capital markets as the easiest route. And as the hydrogen economy evolves, as that value chain that we are talking about, as it develops favorably through probably some pain, any market will have to bear a little bit of pain. Through that pain and learning process, then the debt will start coming in. But I would think project bonds, they haven't stuck around for many other sectors. I just can't see them here until the economy is much more seasoned than it is today. So I think equity, probably more vanilla type of debt to come next. And at the end, you would see potentially project bonds, but I think equity capital markets in the form of sovereign wealth funds, I think is probably a vital one, as many regions are defining their hydrogen strategy. We get constant inbounds on a weekly basis from different players in trying to understand, so how do we play? This is our budget. Where do we go? How do we invest? And how do we get to understand our role in the hydrogen economy? Is a big, very chunky word that is still very little understood outside of the hydrogen ecosystem, right? So I do think that there are some pools of capital that will continue to follow that policy support that we are seeing increasingly, obviously in Europe for all the reasons that we know, but the same in the US, right, is really picking up there as well. So equity, debt, and I would put project bonds in the end. I hope that gives you a sense of how we are seeing things coming into our radar from a hydrogen perspective.
Thanks. I think that's a great steer. I think we start receiving some questions. I'm conscious we only have 9 minutes left. And I expect some kind of guillotine to come down on us probably when the time is up. There was an initial question, maybe initially for May, but also for me and probably for Ben, saying it comes from Wael Al-Mazidi, apologies if I've massacred the name, saying, can we initially envisage an integrated limited recourse financing structure in which the firm offtake associated with the PV and wind renewable energy electricity component supports potential hydrogen offtake component of the project? So it's the renewable energy as the main revenue stream, capacity payments, and the H2 as a byproduct.
I'm happy to go first. I think we are all considering, contemplating, assessing, understanding all possible structures, because if I go back to that point about learning from lessons from the past, you have to think that bringing in some cash flow makes the structure more appealing for investors. So I had a very similar discussion to what you are proposing. I didn't get the name. I'm wondering if you were in my conversation. It's exactly we were debating.
Yes, I think it might be the same. It might have been addressed to both of us.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting. It's an interesting concept, because what you effectively do is you tie together the emergence of the corporate PPA, the corporate power purchase agreement, and with the hydrogen economy. And so, I think the interesting piece of that is who is the producer, right? I mean, who is the counterparty to the power offtake, and is that counterparty, credit worthy enough to then finance the production of, to finance the solar facility, right? So if you use an example of a big oil and gas player, right? IPP goes out, builds a solar farm, signs a 20-year PPA to sell power to someone like Shell or Total or, BP. BP buys that power, converts it through an electrolyzer to hydrogen, sells that hydrogen through its trading desks to, who knows who, right? And through its, transportation delivery system. A structure like that could get you to a point where, yeah, you could finance, you can finance the solar, you could, the company in the middle finances the electrolyzer on its balance sheet. and there's a model that scales. I think it gets trickier when that middle entity, is smaller, independent, reliant on, the security of the hydrogen sales revenue, right? And we haven't gotten to a model yet where, there's a way, from what we've seen anyways, where there's a way to securitize that, the hydrogen sales. I think, or certainly we haven't seen a lot of existing gray hydrogen purchasers be willing to sign up for long-term, green hydrogen offtakes at prices that work.
Yeah.
And I think that's where the policy mechanisms come in, in the short term anyways, to try to bridge some of that gap.
No, I would agree. And I think I would say that the initial answer is why not? I think it should be possible. It's exactly along the lines of that both of you have described, but I think there are some challenges. I think it's likely in most of these structures that the solar farm or wind farm operator will be a different legal entity from the electrolyzer operator. There is a question on how that impacts on subsidy regimes that may or may not be available. We know from the German example that there's some horrible tax traps built into this that actually treat the electrolyzer operator, if it's a separate entity, as a consumer, and therefore levies rather unsavory charges on top of it, which doesn't make it worthwhile. And I think that's maybe one for Roland sort of also to comment on, but we've seen on other projects that the intermittency of the energy supply is a problem. So where we have seen plants that almost have captive solar farms associated, like the Toshiba plant in Fukushima, which came online earlier this year, it takes a fair quantity of electricity still from the grid when there isn't enough energy coming from the solar farm. So I think the answer is a cautious, in principle, it can be done, but I think a lot of it will be jurisdiction and location driven, and a very careful analysis of the different factors that actually make all the stars align.
That's an excellent question, Matthias. In fact, when we look at the vision, because it's true, everybody is looking, when you look at financials, say, okay, well, there's a capex, there's no OPEX, okay, and we take it for granted, and we try to work it out. And we've been thinking about this, and we're thinking, what about if the intermittent renewable energy, how can we manage to make it constant? And because the issue right now, you've got intermittent power supply, and you've got consumers, large industries, they want to use hydrogen 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and they don't want any cut in their supply. So then you need that grid balancing that you were discussing. Sometimes it's available, sometimes it's not available. You've got to manage with the main grid. And one of the options for all of this is in fact to look at things a little bit different, is to make electricity as a constant supply. And a way to do it, for example, is to consider CSPs, concentrated solar powers, with molten salt. And this way you can store the energy that you produce during the day, and you can this way have a constant delivery of electricity. You've got to think, I mean, if I put it in a very schematic way, day you produce, let's say 100%, okay, it's not true, there's a peak of course, but 100% during the day, at night, 0%. You still have to dimension your electrolyzers or your hydrogen plant for the full electricity supply. So what's happening at night, of course you can do a little bit of maintenance work, but you've got a large capex. You've got the same capex as if you could produce, you would have electricity, day and night. So to think in terms of solar power and thinking, okay, well, let's make it constant by storing that energy in molten salt. That's a way to deliver constant electricity and to have a capex which exactly matches your electricity supply. So it's this kind of innovation, this kind of thoughts which are changing a little bit everybody's mind that I believe you can make great steps.
No, and I think that's I think there's some way to go. I think there are typically solutions for these things, but I think it will be very much a case-by-case basis. We have one more question, and I have a strict guidelines that we can overrun by 5 minutes, but not more. We had another question which may be related to this, which is that warranties on electrolyzers tend to be fairly short. 1 to 2 years, and possibly sort of can be extended, and what effect that has on project financings. I think that goes back to, for me, to a wider issue of proven technology, which will be at the key of being able to finance this. I think some of the technology we're looking at has obviously been tested. I think that the value chain combination hasn't necessarily been tested. I think people will probably get more comfortable with shorter warranties if there is more track record of projects having successfully run. But I'd be interested, maybe again first for May, and then if we do have the time, also for Roland, what your view is on this.
I think my very honest answer is that it'll probably just be a function of cost of capital, right? So that the financiers feel comfortable with the shorter guarantees. You probably have to compensate that elsewhere in the financing structure.
There may be some sponsor support covering this initially, yeah.
You know, it would be there would be a lot of structuring testing in the next 10 years for hydrogen across the entire piece, and some of that testing will involve moving the technology risk from here and embedding it in there, because there's so many different pieces. There is the technologies, there's the cash flows, the guarantees, you know, SPV. I mean, there will be all of the above to test. I think that's that's my short answer on a very, very good question. But this isn't the first time that we've dealt with shorter term guarees in project finance. You see this across the piece. Just because it's hydrogen, it doesn't mean it hasn't been done in other areas. We just need to import that technology into the financing structure and learn as we go.
Yeah, and you've seen big developments in offshore wind as to how to deal with warranties on the turbines and other things over the years. So, Roland, how reliable are electrolyzers? Do we need to be worried?
Absolutely not, and I fully agree with Ms. comment. In fact, you know, when you know, plants, you've got motors, you've got pumps, you've got instruments. They all have a warranty period. It's only because hydrogen is new that, you know, people are wondering, you know, is it safe? And of course, I mean, the manufacturer is going to deliver a guarantee. It doesn't mean that when you buy your car, you know, after 2 years or maybe now 3 years, I don't know, Japanese cars, you know, after 3 years, you know, that's it. Your car, you can put it in a dumpster. So no, it will continue to run for years. We've got electrolyzers running for almost 30 years. So it's not that it's not a question of guarantee. It's a question of trust and maturity of the market, and it will come. What is true on the other side is that the performance of the electrolyzer decreases year after year, and so the electricity consumption is rising, you know, a little bit every year. So in fact, we do need to balance the business models to upgrade those electrolyzers. It's not that they're not working anymore. It's more like it's cheaper to go through an upgrade rather than run them, you know, for 30, 40, 50 years, because the membranes are not as efficient, and as you've got the electricity consumption has a tendency to rise. So we estimate that 10, 12 years is a good time to go through a little upgrade.
And I think, as you said, these things can be modeled. And I think that's what will be done on the financings. And I suspect in the initial years, in the initial phases of financing these projects. I think the sponsors probably have to just do a leap of faith and stand behind the technology and sort of back it until the markets have come to accept that actually this is reliable and it all works in the same way, and the financiers do. I'm conscious, I think we have run out of time. I mean, as the discussion shows, I think we could probably go on for hours. It's very exciting. There's lots of challenges, but it's also very pleasing to see how much enthusiasm there is and how much energy is going into trying to tackle them. I think from my perspective, where we are at the moment, there's a lot of big policy statements. I think the real focus will be on what are the public means of supporting this, how are the governments, regional and wider governments standing there, how do they work on harmonization on standards and stuff like that. So there's a lot of work to be done, but I think we, like everywhere, you have to start somewhere. And I think at the moment, I think we're in a good position at least to work on the hydrogen production side and demonstrate to people that it can be done.
Excellent. Well, many thanks, Matthias and Ben, Roland and May. That was a great panel and a great combination of different skill sets. And I hope one day you can all be working on a good large-scale hydrogen project together and blending all your skill sets and experience, because that worked very well. So thank you very much for contributing. It was a very good panel, and thank you to all of the speakers today. It's been a very interesting day, lots of detail. We've obviously recorded it all, and we'll be releasing all of the recordings, both for platform members and some of the content out into the wider world. Thank you to Smart Energy, who are the sponsors of the day, and we greatly appreciate their ongoing support. There is a networking function for those who would like to meet some of the other audience members, etc. So the link is in the chat, and that'll be starting in 5 or 10 minutes, and you can sort of break off into different digital breakout rooms and exchange ideas and chat amongst each other. So with that, we are next broadcasting a finance and investment event on the August the 26th. So that's going to open with a great panel with Professor Ad van Wyk, who's done a lot of the research and stuff into the EU strategy, and Jigar Shah, who is a president of Generate Capital and a US clean energy pioneer. So they'll be leading off that conference. We've also got an Australian and hydrogen conference in the early September. We've got the digitalization of the World Hydrogen Congress happening at the end of September, and we've also got a hydrogen standards and safety conference happening in September as well. So there's also a whole swathe of other content heading our way into the fall, all of it obviously online. So with that, thank you very much, everybody. Thank you, Matthias, and stay safe. And I hope to see some people networking and chatting in 5 or 10 minutes. Many thanks.
Thank you
very much,
Thanks,
everyone.
everybody.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Bye.